Chapter 1604. A gleam of light flickered through Jian Chen's eyes when he heard that. He knew that the Spirit King was not lying. If it were only a battle between Origin Realm experts, even if they were at reciprocity, the shock waves from the battle would be terrifying, but it would be nowhere near enough to destroy the entire world. At most, it would cause great damage to the world of Forsaken Saints. This was because everything in the world of Forsaken Saints had become much more powerful than the Tian Yuan continent after being nourished by chaotic force for countless years. However, even with that being the case, it was still unable to endure a battle between godhood experts. As time went on, the world would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. If all the trillions of lives in the world died to their hands, Jian Chen knew that celestial decay would definitely descend, and its power would reach an extremely terrifying level. However, Jian Chen had come to the world of Forsaken Saints to avoid the battle taking place on the Tian Yuan continent, so how could he agree to the Spirit King's suggestion so easily? A gleam of light flickered through Jian Chen's eyes. He stared at the Spirit King's ordinary face like a sharp sword and growled, "It's not impossible for you to fight in our world, but there's a condition. From today onwards, no Forsaken Saints from your world of Forsaken Saints can take a single step onto the Tian Yuan continent." "That's impossible." The Spirit King directly rejected Jian Chen's request without any hesitation at all. Jian Chen's eyes turned cold. He said, "If that's the case, there's no need to say anything more. We can only fight." With that, Jian Chen's presence immediately surged. The Ziying sword in his hand shone with a dazzling violet light as he aggressively charged toward the Spirit King. The Qing Saw sword hovered above his head as it flickered with an azure light. Under the control of Jian Chen's soul, it was ready to strike out at any time. The Spirit King's eyes were cold and emotionless. He glanced at Jian Chen deeply before entering the tunnel with a single movement. He shot toward the Tian Yuan continent. Jian Chen missed. He glanced at the Spirit King, who had already entered the tunnel, and his face immediately changed. At the same time, the Spirit King's voice boomed out from the tunnel, causing the entire tunnel to tremble. "Jian Chen, I'll fight you in outer space in the other world. Don't even think about killing the protectors and elders of my world of Forsaken Saints. If you lower yourself and attack them, I can do the same," Jian Chen said. "Jian Chen, go quickly. You're the only one who can stop the Spirit King now. You can't let him do anything to harm the Tian Yuan continent. Leave the people from the world of Forsaken Saints to me." Shangguan Mu-er's voice rang out in Jian Chen's head. Jian Chen nodded. He looked at Shangguan Mu-er and said, "Then be careful." With that, Jian Chen shot into the tunnel like an arrow, hurrying to the Tian Yuan continent as quickly as he could. "You need to be careful as well," Shangguan Mu-er's voice rang out from behind. It was filled with concern. The Spirit King and Jian Chen had both left the world of Forsaken Saints, allowing the peak of the world mountains to calm down for once. However, the peace was disrupted again very soon. Booms and zither music collided, causing space to shatter and the ground to collapse. Shangguan Mu-er had already begun fighting against the many Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. Although the world of Forsaken Saints possessed an absolute advantage in terms of number of Origin Realm experts, most of them were at receival. There were only 5 at returnance, and Xiongzhong was the only one at reciprocity. He was at early reciprocity while Shangguan Mu-er was at the peak of mid-reciprocity. Coupled with her unique way of the zither, Shangguan Mu-er was able to fend off all the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints all by herself. Not only did she not fall behind, but she even gained the upper hand. As time went on, the eyes of many of the protectors began to blur. Their souls were gradually being controlled by the zither. In the end, the world of Forsaken Saints used a treasure that had been passed down for countless years. Only with the treasure was they able to match Shangguan Mu. The treasure also weakened the enchantment of the zither music, allowing the receival protectors who were about to be controlled to gradually recover. However, their souls were suppressed by the enchantment of the zither music, which affected their strength in the end. They were unable to use 10% of their battle prowess. Basically, all the sainthood experts from the 4 races gathered around the spatial tunnel on the Tian-Yuan continent. They all stared at the tunnel as an unknown light flickered through their eyes. There was excitement, eagerness, and worry. All of them knew that the greatest human expert, Jianchen, and the island master of 3 Saint Island had entered the world of Forsaken Saints. Their actions would affect the fate of the Tian-Yuan continent. They were bound together for good or ill, which was why all of them were so worried. At this moment, an indescribably tremendous pressure suddenly surged out from the tunnel. It charged into the world like a primordial beast. Soon after, the peaceful tunnel began to shake violently. The walls became covered in cracks in a single moment. The expressions of all the experts from the Tian-Yuan continent changed drastically when they sensed the tremendous pressure. Even the expressions of Poseidon, Houston, Tai Ta, Yang Lai, and the other Origin Realm experts became extremely ugly at that moment. "It's the Spirit King! The Spirit King has come! Everyone retreat!" Tai Ta yelled out. The tremendous presence made him shiver inside. It had definitely surpassed reciprocity. Other than Jianchen, only the Spirit King possessed such strength. What? The Spirit King has come? Has Sovereign Jianchen been defeated? Many of the sainthood experts among the 4 races became extremely pale. Despair filled their eyes. Boom! However, before they could think too much, a figure shot out of the tunnel with lightning speed. He turned into a blur and charged into the sky in a single instance, vanishing from everyone's sight. He moved unbelievably fast, even exceeding the reaction time of many people. The terrifying presence he gave off did not injure any of the people from the Tian-Yuan continent. Just as the figure flew out of the Tian-Yuan continent and into outer space, the tunnel began to tremble once again. With a flash of violet light, Jianchen was completely enveloped by a dense layer of violet light. He shot out of the tunnel like an arrow. He did not stop at all, charging into outer space as well. It's Sovereign Jianchen. Sovereign Jianchen hasn't been defeated. Fantastic! Jianchen is chasing after the Spirit King. Jianchen is invincible. The appearance of the violet light immediately raised the spirits of the disheartened cultivators of the 4 races. They cheered without a care in the world. They were extremely excited. Although many of them could not see Jianchen, the resplendent violet light and the extremely sharp sword qi had basically become Jianchen's symbol. Chapter 1605. Stars flickered in the cold and dark outer space. They did not shine particularly brightly. No one knew just how far away they were. At this moment, a dazzling streak of violet light suddenly appeared in the deathly silent outer space. It flew into outer space from a large planet with lightning-like speed. The violet light was like a violet sun, shining brightly and illuminating the surroundings. In this dazzling purple light, a figure stood proudly within it. His figure was tall and straight, and there was a powerful sword will surrounding him, causing the space to shatter and the heavens and earth to shake. This figure did not appear to be very tall and sturdy, but it contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. On the other side, a middle-aged man hovered there calmly. He held a 4-foot-long jet-black iron sword in his hand. He also radiated with powerful sword intent, causing the surrounding space to constantly collapse. Although he seemed ordinary, the terrifying pressure he gave off was enough to make the world tremble. To no surprise, they were Jianchen and the ruler of the world of Forsaken Saints, the Spirit King. The 2 of them were extremely far away from the Tian-Yuan continent. The planet where the Tian-Yuan continent resided had shrunk to the size of a fist in their eyes. Spirit King, if our Tian-Yuan continent and your world of Forsaken Saints engage in an all-out war, both our Tian-Yuan continent and your world of Forsaken Saints will be plunged into misery and suffering. At that time, the number of people who will die won't be as simple as 100,000 or 1,000,000. Instead, it'll be in the hundreds of millions. In order to avoid the calamity of a cruel war, why don't we decide the outcome of the war between the Tian-Yuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints through our battle? Jianchen said with a heavy voice. He did not want the Tian-Yuan continent to engage in an all-out war with the world of Forsaken Saints because the difference in strength between the people of the Tian-Yuan continent and the sainthood experts was just too great. An all-out war would be extremely disadvantageous to the Tian-Yuan continent. The Tian-Yuan continent would definitely lose in the end. Although he wanted very much to avenge his great-grandfather, he also understood that even more people from the Tian-Yuan continent would die if he lost his cool. The number would reach into the hundreds of millions. At the same time, the world was gradually recovering and the laws of the world were slowly being perfected. What the Tian-Yuan continent needed the most was time to recuperate. He believed that the Tian-Yuan continent's strength would reach a level where they no longer needed to fear the world of Forsaken Saint. At that time, the world of Forsaken Saints would have to reconsider if they wanted to invade again. Sure. If I lose, I'll only take a few protectors and elders who are willing to follow me to the Saints' world. Our world of Forsaken Saints will not take a single step into your world for the next 10,000 years. However, if I win, your planet will completely belong to our world of Forsaken Saints. He would never have made such a decision in the past because the strength of the Tian-Yuan continent was nothing in the eyes of the world of Forsaken Saints. However, Jianchen possessed the strength to negotiate with him now. All right, then we'll decide the future of our races based on the outcome of our battle, Jianchen said. Jianchen bellowed. Violet light immediately erupted from his body as he charged toward the Spirit King like a dazzling violet sword. Space collapsed wherever he passed. The light in the Spirit King's eyes flickered. At the same time, he charged toward Jianchen. His presence surged, causing the world to tremble and space to collapse. The two of them clashed in outer space, far from the Tian-Yuan continent. The Ziying sword and the dark sword collided as the way of the sword clashed. They produced the most resplendent light, causing the sun and moon to dim. All the stars in the sky lost their light. The universe experienced destruction time and time again. Every time they clashed, they would shatter a huge region of space and throw the laws of the world into chaos. Both Jianchen and the Spirit King used their full strength. Although Jianchen's battle prowess was slightly weaker than the Spirit King's, the difference was not particularly great. He could make up for it completely with his 8th-layer chaotic body and his strength as a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master. The disturbance caused by the battle between Jianchen and the Spirit King was just too great. Even on the extremely distant Tian-Yuan continent, people could still see the sun-like light in outer space. Vaguely, they could hear the rumbling sounds, which heavily affected the energy of the world on the Tian-Yuan continent, causing it to become chaotic. The battle was so intense that it had never happened before. It had completely surpassed a battle between Origin Realm experts. Countless people became shocked by the destructive shockwaves of the battle. Many people from the Tian-Yuan continent, the magical beasts, the sea race, and the 100 races arrived in outer space as well. They watched the battle between Jianchen and the Spirit King from very far away. Shock filled many of their faces. Jianchen and the Spirit King clashed over 100 times with lightning-like speed. At this moment, Jianchen was covered in blood. His white robes had been dyed red while over a dozen sword wounds had appeared on him. Every single one of them was vicious and terrifying, and there were even some that had penetrated his body. However, the powerful body of the chaotic body granted him unimaginable vitality and battle prowess. Even though he was heavily injured, his battle prowess did not decrease at all. Instead, his battle prowess became more and more ferocious. Coupled with the powerful regeneration of the chaotic body and the origin energy of a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master, his wounds healed at a rapid rate. The Spirit King's eyes narrowed as he became shocked. The Spirit King was in a horrible shape as well. He was covered in blood, some of which belonged to Jianchen and some of which belonged to him. He had also been injured in the battle against Jianchen, but his wounds were insignificant compared to Jianchen's. Daluo's sword. Suddenly Jianchen bellowed out. At that moment, a dazzling golden light shone from his body. It possessed a strange presence as it rapidly condensed into a shining sword chi. The sword chi was so powerful that even the Spirit King frowned. He became stern. Swish! The golden sword chi shot toward the Spirit King as a golden streak of light. Wherever it passed, space collapsed. A black river formed from spatial cracks appeared, devouring all the light in the area. The power of this golden sword chi was terrifying to the extreme, exceeding the limits of this world. In front of it, space was as fragile as tofu. Sword-breaking style. At the same time, the Spirit King bellowed out. His dark, metal sword immediately shone brightly and stabbed out with a mysterious power, colliding with the sword chi. Boom! With a deafening boom, the Spirit King's sword collided with the tip of the sword chi. The sword chi did not disperse. Instead, it did not slow down at all, pushing the Spirit King back. It was also at that moment that the Spirit King's clothes were reduced to dust, revealing his bronze skin. However, his bronze skin was quickly covered in a layer of dense wounds. Each wound was extremely small, and blood flowed from them. In the blink of an eye, the Spirit King was covered in blood. The Spirit King's eyes were cold as he became extremely stern. His hair fluttered wildly as origin energy surged around him. He used all his strength to fend off the golden sword chi. The mysterious power within the sword seemed to possess a unique corrosive power as well. The golden sword chi immediately melted away at a visible rate when it came in contact with the sword chi. Chapter 1606. The Spirit King was pushed back by the terrifying speed of the sword chi in outer space. He was like a golden comet shooting through the dark starry sky. Who knew how great of a distance he had crossed in a single instance? Jianchen flew over from afar. He did not slow down at all, pursuing the Spirit King as hard as he could. However, the sword chi was much faster than him, so not only was he unable to catch up to the sword chi, but the distance between him and the Spirit King grew wider and wider. I never thought that he would possess such a powerful ability. The Spirit King was shocked. The Spirit King was shocked. He was unable to dodge the sword chi because it was just too fast. All he could do was watch as the sword chi pushed him further and further away. If it were not for the metal sword in his hand that had stopped the tip of the sword chi, his entire body probably would have been pierced by the sword chi. The mysterious power within the metal sword rapidly ate away at the sword chi, causing its power to plummet. Finally, when the sword chi had weakened to a certain extent, the Spirit King suddenly exerted force with his right arm. The metal sword violently trembled at the tip of the sword chi, and using the powerful force, the Spirit King spun to the side and finally avoided being locked onto by the sword chi. The sword chi did not slow down at all. It continued to shoot off into the distance. In the end, with a boom, the remaining power of the sword chi struck the moon, causing it to violently shake. Afterward, it passed through the center of the moon, piercing the entire planet. Its power was shocking and terrifying. Everyone clearly saw the golden streak of light fly over from the distance. The sight of it piercing through the moon immediately shocked all of them. The battle prowess of godhood experts was actually so powerful. If they fought without any reservations, shattering a planet would not be a problem at all. Jianchen strode over from outer space. Radiant Saint Force origin energy permeated his body, causing all his wounds to rapidly heal. He had already recovered by around 70 or 80%. Breaking sword style, breaking all sword techniques in the world. I didn't expect you to have mastered such a sword technique. Jianchen was surrounded by violet light, making him seem like a god of war. He stared at the Spirit King in interest as he spoke coldly. However, he was not as calm as he seemed on the surface. Instead, he was in turmoil. The Spirit King's sword breaker made him think of a figure buried in the depths of his memories. That figure had created the sword breaker style, which could destroy all sword techniques in the world. Although there was a huge difference in strength between the two styles, where one could only deal with ordinary people while the other could destroy the world, Jianshan found a sliver of unbelievable familiarity from the Spirit King's sword breaker style. The Spirit King also stared at Jianshan in interest. When he heard what Jianshan had said, a gleam of light flashed through his eyes. He coldly said, "It really is as I have guessed. Jianshan, it really is you." Jianshan's heart rumbled when he heard the Spirit King say, "It really is you, Jianshan." At that moment, he could not be any more shocked. He had reached the peak of his life. He had never been so shocked in the several decades he had spent in this world. "This is our fated battle. I'd like to see if you can defeat me in this battle," the Spirit King said. The Spirit King's presence surged. His battle intent was so powerful that it was unprecedented. He had used the greatest strength he had ever used in this fated battle against Jianshan. "Form breaker!" the Spirit King bellowed out. He stabbed his sword toward Jianshan with a mysterious power. With a single strike, everything in the world fell silent. The stars in the sky dimmed. The strike possessed a mysterious power that could destroy everything in the world. It specifically targeted all tangible objects. Tai sword technique. At the same time, Jianshan struck out as well. He fused with his sword and fused with his soul. Sword chi gathered around him as he used his body as a sword to receive the Spirit King's attack fearlessly. The two of them collided, erupting with a deafening boom. Terrifying ripples of energy shook the surroundings, creating a huge black hole that was tens of thousands of kilometers wide. The laws of the world were thrown into disarray. Jianshan and the Spirit King were swallowed by the huge crack, losing sight of the two of them. Jianshan and the Spirit King shot out from the huge black hole with lightning-like speed. They faced each other from several dozen kilometers away. Both of them were covered in blood, but Jianshan's injuries were much more severe than the Spirit King's. His body had been pierced, creating a huge, transparent hole, while the Spirit King's body was covered in several vicious wounds where blood constantly flowed. The shattering form he used was the most powerful attack that could shatter all things in the world. It was the nemesis of all tangible things, and its power was several times stronger than the shattering sword style. Will that splits the heavens, sword shakes, stars shatter," the Spirit King bellowed out. His voice shook the sky, reverberating through the surroundings. The metal sword in his hand violently shook at that moment. As the sword shook, a visible ripple of energy rapidly expanded toward Jianshan with destructive power. A meteor that was over 10 kilometers across came into contact with the ripple of energy, and it silently disintegrated, reduced to dust. Jianshan was stern. He could sense an extremely great threat from the ripple of energy. The threat was even greater than the form breaker. He had no doubt that if the ripple of energy touched him, he would be reduced to dust in a single instance even with his 8th layer chaotic body. He would be reduced to dust just like the meteor. At the same time, the ripple of energy enveloped a large region of space as well. It seemed to have sealed up the surroundings, preventing Jianshan from dodging. The Spirit King's abilities were becoming more and more powerful. However, Jianshan was not afraid. Not only had his chaotic body reached the 8th layer after 20 years of seclusion, he had also gained a grasp over various sword techniques. They were incomparable to before, and every single one of them was more powerful than the sky-severing strike. Linear lightning release. With that, he turned into a sword and shot out like an arrow with a ball of resplendent, violet light. With the deep rumble of thunder, he let out dazzling streaks of lightning. Every single streak of lightning was several meters thick and possessed great power. As the streaks of lightning flickered, they danced about like dragons and snakes, obliterating space as they collided heavily with the ripples of sword energy. At that moment, Jianshan seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. he moved with unparalleled speed, as if he could break through time and ignore space. He arrived before the ripple of energy in a single instance and collided with it. The lightning immediately twisted and several bolts of lightning were extinguished, causing Jianchen to violently tremble. His face became extremely pale in a single instance as he vomited a mouthful of blood. His chaotic body began to crack as well. However, the ripple of energy quickly collapsed when Jianchen collided with it. Jianchen vomited blood as he unleashed his greatest speed. Lightning flickered around him as he shot toward the Spirit King as a bolt of lightning. Jianchen was just too fast. He arrived before the Spirit King in a single instance. First, the Ziying sword stabbed out of the Spirit King's chest and emerged from his back, piercing his body. Afterwards, Jianchen was unable to control himself due to his speed, so he collided with the Spirit King as well. With a deep rumble, the two of them were blown away like meteors. The Spirit King vomited a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured, but he was not injured by Jianchen's sword. Instead, he was injured by Jianchen's collision. The moment Jianchen collided with him, the Spirit King felt like a towering mountain had collided with him. The force was so great that all his bones creaked from the pressure. His organs churned like they were being overturned. Jianchen did not fare well either. His chaotic body had already been injured from the ripple of energy, almost cracking. Coupled with the violent collision, he was even more injured. However, there was nothing he could do. He had only grasped the linear lightning release for a short period of time, so he was still rather inexperienced when using it. He was unable to control his speed, which was why his body had shot out like a cannonball after heavily injuring the Spirit King with the Ziying sword. Chapter 1607. The Spirit King and Jianchen shot off like meteors. They both vomited blood as their faces paled. They were extremely heavily injured, and the two of them flew in the exact same direction. One of them had used a sword technique to erupt with true lightning speed. In the end, because the speed was too fast, he couldn't control it for a moment, which led to this situation. The other person was completely hit by the incomparably fast speed and was pushed back by the powerful impact force. For a moment it was impossible for him to control his body. Boom! With a heavy boom, the two of them collided with a huge planet in the end. With a deafening boom, the entire planet shook. Sand and pebbles were kicked into the air as dust filled the air. Two huge, bottomless black holes appeared, as if they wanted to pierce through the entire planet. At the same time, an extremely terrifying ripple spread out in all directions from where the two of them had collided, affecting most of the planet. Heavens, Sovereign Jianchen and the Spirit King have fought on the moon. I can already see the dust rising from the moon. This is unbelievable. Sovereign Jianchen and the Spirit King are actually so fast. They've crossed such a great distance in just a short moment and appeared on the moon. Since ancient times, very few people on the Tianyuan continent have been able to set foot on the moon because it's just too far away from the Tianyuan continent. Even the Holy Emperor would struggle to reach it in his entire life because the Holy Emperor is unable to absorb the energy of the world in outer space. Once he runs out of Saint Force, it'll be extremely difficult to recover. In the past million years, there doesn't seem to be a second person who has set foot on the moon aside from Fairy Haoyue. Many experts of the four races sighed in amazement in outer space. They all looked at Jianchen with admiration and yearning. In the eyes of Saint Emperors, the distance between the two places was basically insurmountable, yet the human sovereign had traversed it in a single instance. All of them yearned for such great strength. The moon had lost its peace for countless years now. The entire planet shook violently as the ground cracked and mountains collapsed. It seemed like the world was about to be destroyed. The commotion was shocking and terrifying. Two extremely powerful sword intents permeated the surroundings of the moon. They engaged in an invisible battle, causing the space there to distort and collapse. Jianchen and the Spirit King hovered in the air. Both of them were in horrible shape, covered in blood. Even though they were heavily injured, they did not seem weak at all. Their eyes were cold as they radiated with powerful battle intent. Jianchen was enveloped by a milky white light. The origin energy of a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master combined with the chaotic body rapidly healed his wounds, causing them to heal rapidly. On the other side, the Spirit King's eyes narrowed when he saw Jianchen's wounds heal at a visible rate. He immediately ingested a healing pill and charged toward Jianchen aggressively. Jianchen and the Spirit King engaged in an intense battle on the moon. Both of them used their full strength without holding back at all. They used various powerful sword techniques, abilities, and secret techniques one after another, clashing time and time again on the moon. Every single strike was devastating, constantly erupting with booms. The moon had suffered an unprecedented disaster. On that day, the originally bright moon had completely lost its luster on the Tianyuan continent. It had become dim as dust drifted into the air, obscuring the moon's glow. Whether it was the powerful sainthood experts, the weaker mortal realm experts, or even the countless ordinary people on the Tianyuan continent, they all raised their heads to look at the sky, witnessing a rare sight. Jianchen and the Spirit King's battle on the moon had reached its climax. Sword chi crisscrossed the surroundings, destroying the surroundings. Abyssal cracks crisscrossed the ground like a spiderweb. They fought from one side of the moon to the other, causing the entire planet to be riddled with holes. It had become extremely damaged. As the two of them sent out resplendent strands of sword chi, the moon finally collapsed. It cracked down the middle, splitting into two. Everyone, look! The moon has shattered. The moon has actually shattered. Heavens, Sovereign Jianchen and the Spirit King have actually shattered the moon. Sovereign Jianchen and the Spirit King are actually so powerful. This is unbelievable. All the sainthood experts and origin realm experts stared at the two halves of the moon in outer space. Their faces were filled with extreme shock and deep shock. They were greatly shocked by what they had just witnessed. At that moment, many of them felt like the end of the world had arrived. Even the moon had been destroyed in the battle, so they struggled to imagine just how terrifying the battle between Jianchen and the Spirit King was. It had to be mentioned that the moon was not much smaller than the planet they resided on. Since the battle between Sovereign Jianchen and the Spirit King could destroy a moon, did that not mean that the two of them possessed the supreme strength to destroy the planet below them as well? At this moment, all the sainthood experts of the four races felt extreme respect and fear for Jianchen. Their respect and fear for him had completely exceeded that of Poseidon, the winged tiger, Tai-Ta, and so on. Jianchen and the Spirit King each occupied a half of the cracked moon as they faced each other from afar. They were in an even worse shape than before. Their wounds were so heavy that it was enough to make people shiver from a single glance. The Spirit King's body was covered in vicious slashes. He had been pierced through 4 times, and a large chunk of his flesh had disappeared. A fist-sized hole had appeared on his steadfast face, piercing through the back of his head. Fortunately, his soul had not been harmed. However, Jianchen's injuries were even more severe than the Spirit King's. His left arm was gone, and his entire right arm was a bloody mess. He only had 2 fingers left on his right hand, while the other 3 had been severed. His body was the most heavily injured. His waist had almost been cut in half, and only 1/3 of his flesh was connected. He had completely lost feeling in one of his legs, while his chest was pierced through. His organs had all been destroyed, and even 1/3 of his head had been cut off, leaving only an eye. He seemed extremely vicious. If the cultivators on the Tianyuan continent saw how miserable Jianchen was right now, they would have fainted from fright. His injuries were just too severe. If it were not for his chaotic body, probably no one else would have been able to endure it. I never thought that you would actually become so powerful, forcing me into such a state. Jianchen, you really are worthy of being the rumored youngest genius of the Jianghu. Even after coming to a higher world, You're still as glorious as you were in your past life. I just find it very strange. Why were you so weak when I first saw you? The Spirit King stared at Jianchen with mixed feelings. I never thought that the most powerful Spirit King in the history of the world of Forsaken Saints would actually be my opponent in my past life, Duguchiobai. Should I call you the Spirit King or Duguchiobai? Jianchen asked with a heavy voice. He was not calm at all. The Spirit King gently sighed. Duguchiobai is not my name. It's just a title given to me by the people of the Jianghu. You should just call me Shunjian. That's my real name. Jianchen, in my past life, you killed my only disciple, which was why we ended up in a battle to the death. In the end, we ended up dying together. In this life, the difference in strength between us isn't too great. If this continues, the same thing will probably happen again. Why don't we end this battle in a draw? Reminiscence filled Jianchen's eyes. His emotions were mixed. In his past life, he did not belong to the same generation as Duguchiobai, so there was no enmity between them. It was all because of a person called Lu Kaiyun. Lu Kaiyun was Duguchiobai's only disciple. However, he was a wastrel and had offended Jianchen. In the end, he died to Jianchen's hands midway through the battle. His battle with Duguchiobai was also because of this person called Lu Kaiyun. We can end this in a draw, but from now on, your world of Forsaken Saints cannot invade the Tian Yuan continent. We will only allow Origin Realm experts to pass through the Tian Yuan continent to the Saints' world, said Jianchen. The Tian Yuan continent was his bottom line. He would not budge on this point. We'll talk about this in the future. You're even more heavily injured than me right now. Even if you can recover quickly, no one will gain anything if we continue fighting. We might even end up dying together once more, said the Spirit King. He did not agree to Jianchen's request. Clearly, he wanted a piece of land in this world as well. Although I'm heavily injured, I might not necessarily die if we continue fighting. At the very least, I still have the power to flee. Once I have a few decades to condense profound sword chi, it won't be too difficult for me to kill you, Jianchen coldly replied. There are a total of 3 moves in a will that splits the heavens. I've only grasped the first move, the sword quakes and the stars of destruction. If I grasped the second move, killing you today would be a piece of cake. I think we should end this in a draw. We can discuss the other matters in the future, said the Spirit King. He was filled with confidence and did not budge at all. Duguchiobai, may I ask how many years you've cultivated? Jianchen glared at the Spirit King. The Spirit King actually did not want to budge on the matter of territory, which made him furious. He was tempted to fight the Spirit King again. Over 800 years, said the Spirit King. You've cultivated for over 800 years to reach your current level of cultivation, while I've cultivated for less than 100 years. Do you think you'll be my opponent in the future? As a result, we can end this in a draw, but from now on, your world of Forsaken Saints cannot invade our world, said Jianchen. Chapter 1608. What did you say? It hasn't even been 100 years since you started cultivating? The Spirit King's voice was filled with shock. Even with his mental fortitude, he struggled to remain calm at that moment. His heart churned. He had spent over 800 years to reach his current level of cultivation as a mortal, but even with that being the case, he was still the most outstanding genius the world of Forsaken Saints had seen in countless years, the strongest Spirit King. However, Jianchen had reached such a level of cultivation in less than 100 years, possessing battle prowess that was basically on par with him. He found this unbelievable. In just 100 years, he had gone from a mortal to godhood. Even though he was only at the weakest level of godhood, it was still shocking. Even in the saints' world, such a terrifying rate of growth was enough to cause a huge uproar. Who would have thought that after the two of us perished together, not only did I not die, but you also didn't die. We both reincarnated into a foreign world, and we were so close to each other. What I didn't expect was that you actually reincarnated several hundred years earlier than me." Jianshan's expression was mixed as he sighed emotionally inside. In the past, the Spirit King from the world of forsaken saints had weighed down on him like a mountain, almost suffocating him. He had even treated the Spirit King as his greatest enemy, but who would have thought that the Spirit King actually came from the same world as him? Jianshan sighed inside when he saw this. He sighed at the vastness of the world, where all kinds of wonders existed. As a matter of fact, Jianshan had already guessed that the reason Duguqiubai had reincarnated with him was probably because of the sword spirit. This was because he could still clearly remember the moment he closed his eyes. He saw an extremely bright streak of light. It was dazzling and resplendent, covering the entire sky. Perhaps it was because the sword spirits were just too powerful when they awakened, affecting the space and laws of that world, which led to Duguqiubai's soul being reincarnated as well. After all, the yuan qi of the world he had lived in was extremely thin. There were only martial artists in the mortal world and not a single cultivator. It was far inferior to the Tian Yuan continent. A world like that obviously would not be tough, so the weak sword spirits could easily break through it. Jianshan was not particularly surprised by the great age difference between the two of them. After all, both of them were reincarnated souls. No one knew how much time had passed during the process of transmigration. It was possible that Duguqiubai's soul would have completed reincarnation several decades, several centuries, or even over 1,000 years after their deaths, while Jianshan would need several hundred years, several thousand years, or even longer. This was similar to the saying of reincarnation in the mortal world. From the moment of death until the second reincarnation, no one knew how long it would take. It could be an instant, or it could be thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Jianshan, I am indeed nowhere near as talented as you are, but I will not give in when it comes to territory. The environment of your Tian Yuan continent is incomparable to the world of forsaken saints. If our world of forsaken saints is hell, then your Tian Yuan continent is heaven. As the current Spirit King, I obviously have to think for my clansmen. If you insist on not letting the people of our world of forsaken saints set foot on the Tian Yuan continent, then there's only one way to do it. Defeat me. The Spirit King stared deeply at Jianshan. He was extremely determined. Although he would go to the saints' world in the end, only Origin Realm experts had the right to enter the saints' world. There were still many weaker clansmen in his world of forsaken saints. Before he left, he needed to find a more suitable place for his clansmen to live. As a result, although the Spirit King and Jianshan came from the same place, the two of them did not feel any sympathy for each other. They were both thinking for their own clansmen. Jianshan's eyes turned cold when he heard that. He said, "If that's the case, we can only continue fighting until the outcome is decided." However, a terrifying pulse appeared from the depths of outer space as soon as Jianshan finished speaking. The pulse was filled with surging power, immediately causing Jianshan's face to change. He suddenly turned his head toward the depths of outer space. To no surprise, he was looking in the direction of the Yinyang Saint Rock. However, because it was just too far away, even with Jianshan's eyesight, he was unable to see through it. He could only vaguely sense the formation that existed in the depths of outer space. At the same time, the Spirit King's eyes narrowed as well. He stared closely at the depths of outer space and was stern. He could also sense an extremely powerful pulse from the depths of outer space, which made him shiver. Aside from Jianshan and the Spirit King, all the other Origin Realm experts on the Tian Yuan continent sensed it. Immediately, they all looked in the direction of the pulse as they became extremely stern. They did not know what had happened, but the moment the ripple appeared, it made all of them shudder with fear, and chills ran down their spines. This sort of abnormality was something that very rarely happened to them. In fact, it had never happened to them before. The evil power hidden in the Yinyang Saint Rock has actually broken free. How did it happen so quickly? Jianshan's face became very ugly. It was extremely sunken. When he had left with Shangguan Mu'er, the Yinyang Saint Rock had only been left with a shell. It had formed a cage, trapping the evil power inside. He had estimated that the remaining rock would be able to trap the evil power for several years or even several decades, which would be enough for him to deal with the problem of the world of Forsaken Saint. There might even be enough time for him to condense the profound sword chi. However, reality had completely exceeded his expectations. The remaining rock only managed to trap the evil power for less than a day before it was completely absorbed by the evil power, allowing it to break free. I can sense an extremely dense origin energy in the depths of outer space. No wonder there's no origin energy in this world. It's all there. What is that place? The Spirit King asked. He was not curious at all. Instead, he was very stern because he could sense an extremely great threat from that location. Quick, heal. Heal as quickly as you can. We don't have much time left, Jianshan said in a deep voice. He seemed to be in a hurry. At that moment, he became extremely stern. He immediately began to heal as quickly as he could. The Spirit King glanced at Jianshan deeply before taking out a healing pill and consuming it. He then sat down to meditate. Chapter 1609. There's an extremely evil power there. The power has already grown to an extremely terrifying level. You must have sensed its power as well, Jianshan said with a heavy voice. The Spirit King remained silent. He arrived on the two halves of the moon and sat down on a broken mountain to heal. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the depths of outer space. Strands of powerful origin energy and pressure unintentionally radiated from him, causing the surrounding space to distort and the world to tremble. I originally thought that the evil power would need several years to break free, but I was wrong. I never thought that it would come out so soon. I've never seen something so evil. Once it appears, the entire world will be plunged into chaos. No one will be able to survive. If we can't stop it, it'll bring a disaster to the world. If it's powerful enough, the entire world might even be destroyed, said Jianshan. He arrived on the other half of the moon and sat down. He stared at the Spirit King deeply and said, Shen Jian, your world of Forsaken Saints is connected to the Tian Yuan continent. Not only will this evil power threaten our Tian Yuan continent, even your world of Forsaken Saints will not be able to avoid it. I suggest that we stop the conflict between our worlds for now and work together to deal with this evil power. What do you think? This is a disaster for your world. It has nothing to do with our world. You're right. The spatial tunnel connects our worlds, but the presence is so powerful that it might not be able to threaten our world through the tunnel. At most, we'll just give up on the territory of this world and find a way to seal up the tunnel, the Spirit King said emotionlessly. Shunjian, this is a matter of great importance. That evil aura is so strong that none of us have the confidence to face it alone. As for the space channel, although it can prevent powerful cultivators from passing through, that evil aura isn't a cultivator. Its formation isn't something that the two of us can understand. With such a special existence, perhaps the space channel can't restrict it at all. Moreover, even if you want to seal the space channel unilaterally, can't you allow me to forcefully break your seal from the other side? How are you going to seal it? Jianshan growled. A gleam of light flashed through the Spirit King's eyes when he heard Jianshan's last sentence. He asked, Are you threatening me? Originally, there was a powerful seal between our two worlds, but this seal was forcefully broken by you. Could it be that only you are allowed to break our seal, but I can't break yours? Furthermore, this evil presence is not only a threat to our Tian Yuan continent. It's a threat to your world of Forsaken Saints as well. With our current strength, we don't have complete confidence in defeating the evil power. If I die first, do you think you can stop the evil power all by yourself? So, we can only join forces now to fight for a chance at survival for our clansmen and loved ones and overcome this calamity. otherwise both our worlds will be plunged into misery and suffering, and even the two of us might not be able to survive. Jianchen said. He was filled with helplessness. Originally, he did not plan on working with the Spirit King. He planned on focusing on cultivating the profound sword qi after dealing with the world of Forsaken Saint. As long as he formed the profound sword qi and used the primordial godsilk, he was confident that he could survive this calamity. However, the evil power did not give him enough time. After learning the cultivation method of the profound sword qi from the sword spirits, Jianchen also learned that all treasures, abilities, and secret techniques in the Immortals world were divided into Immortal tier and God tier. The sword techniques he had used in his battle against the Spirit King were all at the Immortal tier because God tier sword techniques and secret techniques could only be grasped by immortal monarchs under normal circumstances. They could only unleash 10 or 20% of their power. Of course, there were some special ones. The profound sword qi was an extremely special sword technique. It was at the God tier, a peak God tier sword technique. It used one's vitality as a guide to condense 9 strands of profound sword qi and nurture them in one's soul. Cultivating this technique did not require one to be an immortal monarch. One only needed to reach the major achievement of sword origin to condense the first strand of profound sword qi. Even though condensing all 9 strands of profound sword qi required one to reach the highest realm of the way of the sword god, the profound sword qi was a peak God tier sword technique after all. Even though condensing the first strand of profound sword qi would be unimaginably powerful. This was Jianchen's final trump card against the evil power, as well as his confidence. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to cultivate the profound sword qi right now. He could only discuss with the Spirit King about working together. The Spirit King hesitated for quite a while before agreeing to Jianchen's suggestion in the end. The two of them temporarily stopped fighting and worked together to deal with the evil power. This was because he could tell that the evil power was not only a threat to the Tianyuan continent, but also to the world of Forsaken Saints. And this peace was only temporary. At this moment, a blood-red cloud rose up in the miniature world formed by the Inyang Saint Rock in the depths of outer space. It dyed the hazy space blood-red. The world was chilling, as if it had fallen into a cavern of ice. The presence of the cloud was extremely evil. The blood-red cloud surged in the surroundings, churning and blotting out the surroundings. It radiated with a terrifyingly powerful pulse of energy, causing the entire world to tremble. Large swathes of space began to collapse. At the same time, a tremendous formation vaguely appeared. It possessed astonishing power, enveloping the entire world. However, the formation trembled extremely unsteadily from the churning of the blood-red cloud. It seemed like it was about to shatter from the pressure. The blood-red cloud slowly condensed in the center of the miniature world. It constantly changed, sometimes taking human form, sometimes changing between men, women, old, and young. In the end, it took the form of a beast before constantly changing. It took the form of flowers, mountains, rocks, and everything else in the world. It had no form, so it could take the form of anything. In the end, the blood-red cloud completely solidified, taking the form of a human. It was completely blood-red, as if it had been condensed from blood. Its face was blurry, making it impossible to make out its facial features. It radiated with an extremely terrifying, chilling presence. It was evil and evil. Accompanying it was a will of destruction. The will of destruction did not target a single person or race. Instead, it targeted all living things, including the world and the universe. It was as if its existence was to destroy everything. It was the evil power hidden within the Inyang Saint Rock. Hee-hee-ha-ha. The blood-red figure laughed strangely. The laughter possessed terrifying power, able to pierce through metal and rock. The moment the voice rang out, the surrounding space collapsed, plunging the world into darkness. At the same time, strands of essence that seemed to originate from the world in the surroundings condensed towards the blood-red figure. In the end, it was absorbed by the blood-red figure. After losing the essence, the surroundings were like a young man who had lost all signs of life and was about to die. Clearly, the blood-red figure possessed a special innate ability. It used an extremely special method to devour the surroundings and strengthen itself. Boom. Chapter 16:11. The moment the formation shattered, 2/3 of the origin energy that had condensed there vanished. It was all absorbed by the formation the moment the blood-red figure collided with it, increasing its power. However, even with that being the case, the formation was unable to endure the blood-red figure's collision. The formation was not the only thing that shattered. The space that the Inyang Saint Rock had created over countless years had shattered as well. At this moment, the gray space was filled with collapsing gales. The entire world had been reduced to darkness, and the rate at which it collapsed was unimaginable. In just a few seconds, the space had completely vanished, revealing the vast starry sky. The remaining origin energy surged like a torrent, expanding in all directions. The blood-red figure floated in the starry sky. His figure was hazy and blurry, and he seemed to be condensed from blood mist. He had no facial features, and he emanated an extremely terrifying aura. When this aura spread out, it caused the starry sky to tremble. His entire body was filled with an extremely evil and cold aura. The blood-red figure let out a strange laugh. It was not real laughter, but a pulse of thought. Afterwards, strands of essence gathered from all directions in the space around it and was sucked into its body. The essence seemed to be the life of the universe and space. After losing the essence, the space around it rapidly withered and lost its vitality like the plants and trees that had lost their vitality. The essence was not the only thing that was absorbed. At the same time, the origin energy that was spreading in all directions was absorbed as well. If an origin realm expert absorbed this origin energy, their strength would definitely skyrocket, allowing many origin realm experts to break through. However, all of the origin energy had been absorbed by the blood-red figure. However, the origin energy did not increase its strength again. This was because it was already extremely powerful. If it wanted to continue increasing its strength, it would not be able to do so with so little origin energy. Afterward, the blood-red figure laughed strangely and vanished with a flash. When it reappeared, it had crossed an extremely great distance, appearing outside a planet. It turned into an extremely dense, red mist that enveloped the planet. From afar, it seemed like a huge, red planet that shone with a demonic red light. After an incense stick of time, the red mist condensed into a human form again. The planet had completely become a dead planet. Not only had the plants on the planet died, but the life force of the planet itself had died as well. The planet would lose its ability to regenerate in the future. It would no longer be able to give birth to anything alive. The blood-red figure seemed to not only devour the essence of the universe, but it could also devour the life force of all planets. It was the nemesis of all life. Wherever it passed by, it would leave behind a deathly silence. The blood-red figure charged to another planet with life and continued to devour it. As it devoured, its strength increased at an extremely slow rate. Even though it was extremely slow, it was an extremely terrifying fact. If it was allowed to continue, not only would all the planets in the universe be destroyed, but even the entire universe, the entire world, would be destroyed because of its existence. If a cultivator had caused such a scene, they would have been punished unless they were so powerful that they could even resist the rules. However, due to a special reason, the rules were unable to restrain the blood-red figure at all. Soon, several planets with the presence of life died. If these planets were given countless years, they might have developed to the same scale as the Tianyuan continent, but now they had lost the ability to reproduce forever. Let alone develop to the same scale as the Tianyuan continent in the future, they would not even be able to give birth to anything alive. After absorbing several planets with life, the blood-red figure seemed to sense something. It suddenly turned its head to the depths of outer space. There, it sensed a life force that was even denser than all the planets it had absorbed combined. It was like a starving beast that had encountered delicious food. Could not resist at all. With a strange chuckle, the blood-red figure immediately flew over as a red streak of light under its instincts. It moved faster than lightning and faster than the speed of light. As it flew, the space before it seemed to fold as well. As a result, every time it passed through a fold, it seemed like it was performing a spatial leap, crossing extremely great distances in a single instance. Jianchen and the Spirit King each occupied half of the moon. The two of them healed as quickly as they could. Even though they were heavily injured, Jianchen had the chaotic body and the abilities of a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master, while the Spirit King had extremely precious healing pills. As a result, the two of them healed at an extremely shocking rate. At this moment, Jianchen and the Spirit King opened their eyes at the same time. They stared at the depths of outer space sternly. Although they were unable to see anything with their eyesight, the presence of the figure condensed from the evil power was just too powerful. Even from very far away, the two of them could clearly sense it. "It's hurrying over here," Jianchen growled. With that, the milky white light around him became even brighter. He had used even more Radiant Saint Force origin energy to heal. The Spirit King was stern as well. After hesitating slightly, he took out another extremely precious healing pill and swallowed it, allowing his wounds to heal even faster. The two of them understood that they did not have a lot of time left. They needed to return to their peak condition as soon as possible. In the forbidden grounds of the City Lord's estate, Fairy Haoyues stared at the distant outer space as well. She frowned slightly as she sank into her thoughts. She said hesitantly, "This presence. Is it the evil spirits recorded in the records? Legend has it that evil spirits are formed from the filth in the world, as well as the source of all evil due to various reasons. They will only appear in the lower realms, and they are extremely rare. However, once they appear, they will cause an unprecedented calamity in the lower realms, and they might even destroy the myriad of worlds. It's said that countless years ago, an evil spirit wreaked havoc in the lower world. It devoured countless worlds, and in the end, it grew to a level where it could threaten the Saints' world. It led to the encirclement of several Grand Primes. 3 of them died to the evil spirit, while the other Grand Primes were heavily injured. In the end, it alarmed the 7 Grand Exalts of the Saints' world. One of them, the Anata Grand Prime, personally took action to slay the terrifying evil spirit. Chapter 1612. The evil spirit hurried toward the Tianyuan continent as quickly as it could in the depths of outer space. Space seemed to fold before it, allowing it to move extremely quickly. It seemed like it was leaping through space, crossing extremely great distances with every flash. Jianchen and the Spirit King healed as quickly as they could on the moon. The two of them stared at the depths of outer space closely as they sensed the evil spirit's location. They were stern. The evil spirit moved very quickly, but it was just too far away from the Tianyuan continent. As a result, it needed some time to reach the Tianyuan continent. 6 hours later, Jianchen recovered first, returning to his peak condition. On the other hand, even though the Spirit King had ingested 2 precious pills, he was nowhere near as good as Jianchen. He had only recovered 50% of his wounds. The Spirit King looked at Jianchen again the moment he made a full recovery. Uncontainable surprise filled his face. Although he knew that Jianchen could heal very quickly, he had never thought that it would be so fast. He had actually recovered from such heavy wounds in just 6 hours. "Shunjian, your healing is far too slow. We don't have much time left, so I'll lend you a hand." Jianchen stood up and said to the Spirit King from very far away. Afterward, he took a step and arrived before the Spirit King in just a few steps. Class 9, Radiant Saint Master Origin energy condensed in his hand as he gently pressed it against the Spirit King's shoulder. The Spirit King became vigilant, but he did not turn down Jianchen's good intentions. his vigilance did not decrease at all. Even though his entire body was enveloped by a layer of intense, gentle, milky white light, he did not relax at all. After being healed by Jianshan's origin energy, the Spirit King could clearly sense that his wounds were healing even faster than when he had ingested pills. This secretly shocked him. Only now did he truly sense the power of a Radiant Saint Master's origin energy. Although this kind of power did not possess much offensive power in his eyes, in terms of healing speed, it was simply like taking a divine pill. The Spirit King recovered very quickly with Jianshan's assistance. It was also at this moment that Jianshan took out the god-slaying formation he had obtained from the world of Forsaken Saints from his space ring. He said, "Since this formation is called the god-slaying formation, it must have existed specifically for slaying gods. Shunjian, you understand the god-slaying formation much better than me. May I ask just how powerful the god-slaying formation can be if all the Origin Realm experts from your world of Forsaken Saints and all the Origin Realm experts from our Tian Yuan continent use it together?" The Spirit King looked at the formation and said, "Since the formation is in your hands, Ouyang Yangwen and the others must have used the god-slaying formation against you before. You should know the power of the god-slaying formation. Although the formation can easily kill experts at Divine King's level of cultivation if it is fully unleashed, the requirement of the formation's user is extremely great. Now that Ouyang Yangwen is dead, our world of Forsaken Saints has lost an Origin Realm expert. Even if all the remaining elders and protectors work together with the people from your world to use the god-slaying formation, it'll still be very difficult for them to reach the level of godhood. The gap between godhood and godhood is not so easy to overcome. The two of us only managed to overcome the great gap because we grasped the way of the sword beforehand and reached a certain level of comprehension. It looks like only the two of us can take part in this battle. The others won't be able to help," Jianshan said with a deep voice. "The following battle would be a battle between godhood experts. The Origin Realm experts had basically lost the ability to take part in the battle. Activating the power of the god-slaying formation depended on one's cultivation. It had nothing to do with battle prowess. Jianshan and the Spirit King were both at reciprocity, so if they used their cultivation to activate the god-slaying formation, the power they could unleash would not be much more powerful than their actual battle prowess." After a moment of thought, Jianshan continued, "This is a crisis of the world. If we can survive, our two worlds will be able to continue, but if we can't, our two worlds will be completely destroyed. We've basically reached the end of the road right now. Under such severe circumstances, we need to use everything we can. Although the god-slaying formation will not be able to unleash its power, it might be able to be of great use at a crucial moment." The Spirit King obviously understood what Jianshan was implying. He wanted all the Origin Realm experts of the two worlds, including a few Holy Emperor experts, to work together to cast the god-slaying formation. This would affect the safety of the two worlds, so he naturally had no objections. He stood up and said, "You're right. I'll return to the world of Forsaken Saints right now and gather all the elders and protectors. I'll leave the Origin Realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent to you." With that, the Spirit King left and made his way to the world of Forsaken Saint. Time was of the essence. They did not have much time left, so they needed to prepare everything as soon as possible. Jianshan left as well. He did not return to the Tian Yuan continent. Instead, he entered the world of Forsaken Saints with the Spirit King because Shangguan Mu was still there. When Jianshan and the Spirit King entered the world of Forsaken Saints through the tunnel, Shangguan Mu Xiongzhong and the other protectors and elders were still engaged in a great battle. The battle was extremely intense, causing the world mountains to constantly tremble. The entire world of Forsaken Saints was dark. Jianshan and the Spirit King returned at the same time and stopped the battle very soon. Without saying anything more, Jianshan immediately left the world of Forsaken Saints with Shangguan Mu. Jianshan, how did your battle with the Spirit King go? Shangguan Mu turned her head to look at Jianshan as they returned. Concern filled her eyes. The two of them walked through the tunnel. Jianshan gently held Shangguan Mu's hand and said sternly, "It ended in a draw with the Spirit King, but it's not the time to talk about our battle with the world of Forsaken Saints right now. The evil power in the Yinyang Saint Rock has broken free ahead of time. It's currently hurrying toward the Tian Yuan continent. Our world is facing an unprecedented disaster. I've already reached an agreement with the Spirit King. We'll work together to fend off the evil power." Shangguan Mu's face suddenly changed when she heard that. She was familiar with the evil power sealed within the Yinyang Saint Rock. No matter how much her strength had increased, she would still shiver when she faced the evil power, even though she had reached the peak of mid-reciprocity. Chapter 1613. Jianshan and Shangguan Mu returned to the Tian Yuan continent. Almost as soon as the two of them appeared, the experts of the four races cheered deafeningly. They did not know about the situation in the world of Forsaken Saints, nor did they know whether Jianshan and Shangguan Mu had emerged victorious or not. However, they had seen the intense battle between the human sovereign and the Spirit King in outer space. The moon that had been split in half was the best proof of that. Although none of the Origin Realm experts knew the outcome of the battle between Jianshan and the Spirit King, they did know that Jianshan possessed the strength to rival the Spirit King. This allowed the Tian Yuan continent to truly possess the power to fend off the world of Forsaken Saints. Jianshan waved his hand and stopped the cheering. He did not make any small talk and directly gathered all the Origin Realm experts of the four races in the Supreme Divine Hall of Mercenary City. Jianshan told everyone everything he knew about the evil power in the Supreme Divine Hall. Immediately, the hall fell into a deathly silence. The joy and excitement they had felt from Jianshan's battle prowess that could rival the Spirit King vanished in a single moment. "We've sensed the presence from the depths of outer space as well. I never thought that it would bring about a calamity of the world," Feng Xiaotian said with a heavy voice. "The power is very powerful. Even with my battle prowess at godhood, I'm not confident that I can defeat it, so I've already worked with the Spirit King and used the powers of the two worlds to deal with it." Jianshan slowly glanced past everyone and said sternly. The hall immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at each other. Many of them found this to be rather dramatic. Originally, they were basically mortal enemies with the world of Forsaken Saints, yet in the blink of an eye, the two worlds were about to work together. They were unable to react to such a drastic change for a moment. However, most of them had fallen silent because of the impending crisis of the world. This was because the Tian Yuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints had temporarily turned from enemies to friends, standing on the same side. It was not difficult to imagine just how terrifying the crisis of the world was from this alone. Jianshan, the fur of the winged tiger hides a great secret. You can use the fur to comprehend Mo Tianyun's way of slaughter. It's a pity that we've already comprehended it for many years, but we still ended up with nothing. Your talent is greater than ours, so if you can comprehend the way of slaughter, you'll have an even greater chance of fending off the evil power," Houston said. At the same time, he mentioned the shocking secret that it was extremely likely that Mo Tianyun was the winged tiger. "Big brother, it's with Xiaoling. Xiaoling will give it to you right now." Xiaoling passed the white fur to Jianshan. Jianshan accepted the white fur. As his soul entered the fur, his consciousness was immediately drawn into the world within the fur. He experienced what Houston and the others had experienced. A while later, Jianshan's consciousness slowly withdrew from the world within the white fur. Even though he was rather surprised by what he had experienced, he remained extremely calm. He was surprised that the white fur actually contained the way of slaughter left behind by the greatest human expert of ancient times, Mo Tianyun. He was not surprised that Mo Tianyun was the winged tiger. This was because Jianchen had already understood that there was a secret between Mo Tianyun and the winged tiger. In order to understand Mo Tianyun's past, he had even flipped through large amounts of ancient records in the protector clan of Changyang Prefecture. Afterwards, he vaguely deduced that Mo Tianyun might be the winged tiger from the clues he had gathered. However, he had not been able to confirm it. No wonder Xiao Ling suddenly said that I had Mo Tianyun's presence on me when I first came to Mercenary City. However, I had never seen Mo Tianyun, who had disappeared 1,000,000 years ago. If there's anything special on me, it would be the white fur. This is because the fur has Mo Tianyun's presence on it, which is why Xiao Ling misunderstood, Jianchen thought. Now, he really did feel rather fortunate that he had brought the Bai family's legacy beast hide into Mercenary City. It was exactly because of this beast hide that he had met Xiao Ling. I once came to Mercenary City after I adopted the white tiger. Back then, Xiao Ling said that Mo Tianyun's presence on me had become denser. Now, it looks like this presence is most likely from the white tiger. The white tiger's presence might be extremely similar to Mo Tianyun's, or even completely the same. However, as the white tiger gradually grew up, he learned how to conceal his presence better, so when the white tiger stood before Xiao Ling was unable to sense it at all. Even if she could sense it, it would be impossible for her to think so much with her childlike mind. Through the secrets hidden in the beast hide, Jianchen had become even more certain that Mo Tianyun and the winged tiger were related. However, he also understood that no matter how certain he was, it would never be true as long as there was no proof. Jianchen, will it be difficult for you to comprehend the way of slaughter left behind by Mo Tianyun? Houston stared at Jianchen. As Origin Realm experts, they were basically useless against the crisis of the world. They could only rely on Jianchen. At this critical moment, all of them hoped that Jianchen could become even more powerful. Jianchen carefully folded the beast hide and said with a deep voice, "If you give me time, I'm confident that I can comprehend the way of slaughter. However, the evil power will descend on the Tian Yuan continent very soon. There's just too little time. It's nowhere near enough." Jianchen sighed inside. He felt extremely helpless. His greatest trump card was the profound sword qi. He believed that once he condensed the first strand of profound sword qi, his battle prowess would be even greater than comprehending the way of slaughter. It was a pity that time was just too tight. It was not enough even if he consumed the comprehension tea. At this moment, violent energy suddenly surged out from the tunnel between the two worlds. The stable tunnel suddenly trembled gently. A figure flickered at the end of the tunnel, hurrying toward the Tian Yuan continent. "Oh no, the world of Forsaken Saints has invaded again." "What? Those bastards from the world of Forsaken Saints have come again? Humph. Do they really treat our Tian Yuan continent as their backyard? They've actually invaded time and time again. What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget that our Tian Yuan continent has sovereign Jianchen. Jianchen is no weaker than the Spirit King. We don't need to fear the world of Forsaken Saints anymore." The disturbance in the tunnel was sensed as soon as possible. The cultivators of the four races gathered on the Tian Yuan continent no longer paled in fright like before, as if they were facing the end of the world. Instead, their morale surged, and they showed no fear at all. They radiated with surging battle intent and quickly fell into formation, ready to face the enemy. Very soon, all the people in the tunnel emerged and appeared on the Tian Yuan continent. There were not a lot of them, only around 40. However, every single one of them gave off a terrifying presence. Just by standing there, they could make the world tremble. In the surroundings, the sainthood experts of the four races who had already fallen into formation were all stunned. Their expressions all changed. The several dozen people who had emerged from the tunnel were actually all Origin Realm experts. "Quick, report to Sovereign Jianchen," someone immediately cried out. Chapter 16:14. With Jianchen's appearance, all the sainthood experts from the 4 races felt confident enough to face off against the several dozen Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. The crowd began to surge. The sainthood experts who had originally surrounded the Origin Realm experts all arrived behind Jianchen and the others as quickly as they could. They all knew their limits. They knew that they were unable to do much against the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. Even the shockwaves from the battle between the Origin Realm experts would be enough to heavily injure them. At a time like this, they could only rely on the Origin Realm experts on their side to deal with the Origin Realm expert. Many of the sainthood experts looked forward to the battle between the human sovereigns and the Spirit King in outer space again, because a battle between godhood experts was just too spectacular to them. At the same time, watching a battle at such a high level would be extremely beneficial to their future cultivation. However, to everyone's surprise, whether it was Jianchen, the Spirit King, or all the Origin Realm experts from the 2 worlds, none of them showed any signs of hostility. It seemed like neither side planned on fighting, which immediately puzzled everyone. At this moment, the Spirit King at the very front stepped forward and appeared before Jianchen like he had teleported. He directly extended his hand and said, "Give me the God-slaying formation. The protectors and elders of our world have already comprehended the God-slaying formation for quite some time. Our understanding of it is incomparable to the Origin Realm experts of your world. The formation this time will be led by the protectors and elders of our world. All you need to do is assist with the formation with Origin energy." Jianchen did not hesitate. He passed the God-slaying formation to the Spirit King without any hesitation. Although the formation was extremely valuable, all personal benefits were insignificant before the crisis of the world. If they could not survive this crisis, everything would be reduced to nothingness and cease to exist. With that, the war between the Tianyuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints ceased. They were temporarily at peace. All the Origin Realm experts of the 2 worlds were forced to put aside their grievances for now and comprehend the God-slaying formation together, no matter how deep their grievances were. They all understood the severity of the situation. All the sainthood experts of the 4 races learned about the temporary ceasefire, which immediately led to an uproar. Some people agreed with the decision while others disagreed. Even though the people who disagreed did not dare to directly voice their opinions, the hidden resentment within them was displayed through their gazes without any reservation. This was because they had friends or family that had died to the hands of the foreign experts, so they were naturally resentful. However, as Jianchen announced the crisis of the world and explained the severity of the matter, the resentful people gradually began to accept this reality. Although the Origin Realm experts of the 2 worlds comprehending the God-slaying formation appeared to be at peace on the surface, their relationship was not completely harmonious. Many of them were wary of each other, especially the elders and protectors of Jianchen's faction. They had close ties with the elder who had died on the Tianyuan continent. They still held a grudge against the elder's death, so they did not dare to directly find trouble with Jianchen. Instead, they placed all their resentment on the other Origin Realm experts of the Tianyuan continent. Although they did not dare to do anything out of line due to the Spirit King's strict orders, they would always use the time when the 2 sides were comprehending the God-slaying formation to make things difficult for them and mock the Origin Realm experts of the Tianyuan continent. "We've only joined hands with your world of Forsaken Saints because of the crisis of the world. It's not because we're afraid of you. If you continue to act recklessly, don't blame me for ignoring the temporary peace treaty between the 2 worlds and acting mercilessly." Shangguan Mu'er walked over from afar. Her voice was very cold, filled with chilling killing intent. She warned all the Origin Realm experts of the world of Forsaken Saint. She did not take part in the demonstration of the God-slaying formation. She was skilled in the way of the zither, which was extremely effective against the soul. She might be able to unleash an even greater advantage with the assistance of music. Back in the world of Forsaken Saints, Shangguan had managed to hold her ground against several dozen Origin Realm experts all by herself. That battle had established Shangguan-Mu's reputation. All the protectors and elders from the world of Forsaken Saints shrank back when she spoke. Fear appeared in their eyes, and the expressions of the people who were making things difficult for the Origin Realm experts of the Tianyuan continent all changed. They became as frightened as cicadas in winter. They immediately shut their mouths, not daring to say another word. The Origin Realm experts from the Tianyuan continent immediately became surprised when they saw this. Their gazes toward Shangguan all changed. At the same time, the cultivators from the Holy Emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints constantly flew out from the tunnel between the two worlds. All of them concealed their presences and appeared on the Tianyuan continent, quickly forming powerful formations. Soon afterwards, the sainthood experts of the Tianyuan continent began to move under Jianshen's orders. They all formed formations in the sky and drew the ancestral artifacts of the protector clans. Whether it was the Tianyuan continent's world or the world of Forsaken Saints' world, they used all their power to resist the impending crisis. Although the sainthood experts' formations would only be glowing and would not be of much use, they had no other choice. Even if they were as weak as ants, they could not give up. The supreme divine hall of Mercenary City hovered high in the sky. It was prepared to take part in any battle. However, the divine hall was a defensive type, and resisting the crisis of the world did not require defense. Instead, it required active attacks, eliminating the source of the crisis. As a result, the Divine Hall did not receive much attention in the upcoming battle. This was because just defending was not enough. Even using the Divine Hall for defense would require an extremely tremendous amount of power, so it was better to use the power to fend off the crisis. In just half a day, the sainthood experts of the two worlds had made all their preparations. They stood in countless formations in outer space as several dozen Origin Realm experts controlled the god-slaying formation. They formed a tough line of defense. Jianshen and the Spirit King sat in outer space as well. They were at the very front and had adjusted themselves to their peak condition. They were ready for a bloody battle. Jianshen held the golden armor woven from the primordial god silk in his left hand. He looked at the primordial god silk and sank into his thoughts. He knew that the primordial god silk was specially created to fend off the crisis of the world. Now that the source of the crisis had appeared, the primordial god silk did not react at all. Chapter 1615. The primordial god silk was extremely mysterious. When Jianshen had first obtained it, it could only block the attacks of saint rulers. Once it faced an attack from a holy emperor, the primordial god silk was basically useless. Although the holy emperor's attacks were nowhere near enough to damage the primordial god silk, the primordial god silk was unable to absorb such a great force. Even if the primordial god silk was worn on the body would have to endure the backlash. Those who were weaker would be blown to pieces by the backlash. However, the primordial god silk remained the same in Jianshen's hands as when he had first obtained it. It could only block the attacks of saint rulers, but it was so tough that even with his battle prowess at godhood, he was unable to damage the primordial god silk at all. The tremendous amount of Xianhuang qi it had absorbed in the Xianhuang microcosm seemed to have completely settled down. It did not show up at all. Primordial god silk, O primordial god silk! The crisis of the world has already appeared, so why don't you display your might? You were born just to deal with the crisis. Jianshen murmured as he stared at the primordial god silk in his hand. He began to secretly panic when he sensed the evil power rapidly approach him. Jianshen had studied the primordial god silk for a very long time in the space where the Yinyang Saint Rock resided. Unfortunately, he came up with nothing in the end. He had asked the sword spirits about it, but even they had no idea how the primordial god silk could display its might. This was because although they had seen powerful treasures forged from the primordial godsilk a few times in the immortals' world, they were not controlled by the first master of the primordial godsilk. Instead, they had obtained them through various methods, including killing and robbing. As a result, they naturally had no idea how the primordial godsilk could block the crisis of the world. A terrifying pressure shook up outer space, causing the stars to dim. The evil power approached the Tianyuan continent at an unbelievable speed. It had only taken a day for it to travel from the depths of outer space to the planet where the Tianyuan continent resided. At this moment, Jianchen and the Spirit King could clearly see the demonic, red light in the distance. As the evil power approached, the red light expanded at an unbelievable rate. In just a few seconds, it seemed to have turned into a sun, shining with dazzling red light. It illuminated the entire region of outer space, dyeing it blood-red. Hee, food, food, all my food. I'll devour you and become even more powerful. An extremely powerful mental pulse radiated from the red light, sweeping through the entire region of outer space. Not only did Jianchen and the Spirit King sense it, but everyone on the Tianyuan continent, the Beast God continent, the Sea Realm, and the Wasteland continent sensed the mental pulse. Immediately, the expressions of the hundreds of millions of cultivators on the four races changed drastically. Their faces paled at that moment. At the same time, hundreds of millions of cultivators on the four races continent all vomited blood. Their eyes became bloodshot, and some of the weaker ones even bled from all their orifices. They seemed vicious and terrifying. As for the mortals who were unable to cultivate in the four races continents, their heads all tilted to the side and they fainted. There were even a few whose heads exploded. At that moment, the four races continent descended into panic. It was unknown how many billions of mortals had fainted, but at the same time, it was unknown how many billions of cultivators had been injured. In outer space, all the saints of the two worlds who had formed the formation became extremely solemn. Although they were not injured, they felt like their heads were about to explode. The mental ripples were like steel nails, drilling into their souls, causing them great pain. The several dozen Origin Realm experts from the two worlds all revealed extremely ugly expressions. What had happened on the Tianyuan continent could not escape their senses. Just a mental pulse from the evil power had caused such great destruction, which shocked all of them. The power of the evil power had completely exceeded their imaginations. Can Jianchen and the Spirit King destroy the evil power? At that moment, the Origin Realm experts from the two worlds all thought of the same thing. Although they had not directly clashed, they had already witnessed the terror of the evil power. They began to doubt whether Jianchen and the Spirit King could destroy the calamity because the calamity was far more terrifying than Jianchen and the Spirit King, no matter how they looked at it. However, even though they felt like their chances were slim, they did not shrink back at all because they had no path of retreat. Their only hope was to face the calamity head-on and fight for a chance at survival. Jianchen and the Spirit King stood up as well. They stared ahead sternly before moving at the same time. They turned into swords and radiated with shocking sword intent, charging toward the evil power with lightning-like speed. The moment the evil power reappeared, Fairy Haoyue struggled in the bright moon divine hall. She murmured to herself, "There's less than a 10% chance of this world surviving the calamity. With Jianchen and the Spirit King's strength, they'll only be able to keep the evil spirit busy for a while at most, but it'll only be for a very short period of time. Once the two of them die, the evil spirit won't be able to keep them busy anymore, so it'll attack all the living beings on the planet. I won't be able to avoid it in my current state either. Do I still have to use that forbidden technique to escape in the end?" Fairy Haoyue hesitated. Although using the forbidden technique could allow her to avoid the evil spirit's threat and even allow her to return to the saint's world, the price was just too heavy. It was so heavy that she would rather abandon her body and live on as a soul for over 100,000 years than use the forbidden technique. I'm too weak right now. I don't have a body, nor do I have moonlight force. If I use the forbidden technique in my current state, I'll probably end up dead even if I manage to escape. Fairy Haoyue sighed gently. Her face was filled with helplessness. At this moment, she did not consider her disciple, Yu Yu. She had accepted Yu Yu as her disciple because she could see Jianqin's potential. She wanted to use her connection with Jianqin so that when Jianqin went to the Saint's world in the future, she would be able to leave with the smallest price. She could even leave effortlessly. However, she had never thought that the Saint's world would face a crisis of life and death at this moment, which disrupted her plans. With the invasion of the evil spirit, the laws of the world were disrupted, so the gate to the Saint's world could not be opened normally. Even if she was willing to pay a certain price and control the Bright Moon Divine Hall to go to the Saint's world alone, she would not be able to do it. In outer space, Jianqin wielded the Ziying sword as he was enveloped by a layer of intense violet light. He charged into the red light like a violet comet. Beside him, the Spirit King wielded the Cloudstream sword. He seemed to have become a huge sword as he entered the red light with Jianqin. They used their full strength to fend off the evil power. When the two of them charged into the red light, a blurry figure appeared in the center. It radiated with an extremely cold, evil presence. With a strange laugh, the blurry figure that seemed to be condensed from mist slowly raised its hand toward Jianqin and the Spirit King. The moment it raised its hand, endless blood-red mist surged out, enveloping the two of them. Chapter 16:16. The red mist was extremely evil. It was filled with a chilling, baleful presence. Jianqin and the Spirit King immediately felt a bone-chilling coldness invade their bodies as they were enveloped by the mist. It passed through their protective light and approached their skin, invading their bodies. Wherever the mist passed by, their blood would stop flowing and their vitality would freeze. Even their limbs and bones would become tough. At that moment, the two of them felt their bodies become stiff and their movements slow. Their strength as godhood was actually so weak before the cold presence. But soon, their expressions changed once more. They both sensed that the chilling aura was actually devouring the life force in their bodies. At the same time, their vital energies were also being devoured. As their vitality were devoured, they felt a sense of weakness, causing Jianqin and the Spirit King's hearts to suddenly sink. They knew that the evil power was extremely powerful and that they would struggle to fend it off even if they worked together. However, they had never thought that it would be so terrifying, where they would end up in such a horrible state as soon as they came into contact with it. Suddenly, Jianqin bellowed out at the sky. The eighth layer of chaotic force surged out from his chaotic Niden as he used all his strength to fend off the cold presence that had invaded his body. At the same time, the azulate swords shone brightly like two scorching suns. The Qing Suo sword swelled with the wind, becoming 3,000 meters long in a single instance. Under the control of Jianqin's soul, it turned into a resplendent streak of light, charging toward the red mist with an unstoppable force. The Qing Suo sword's attack was devastating, but when it landed on the thin layer of red mist, it only made the mist ripple a few times before stabilizing. Not only did the attack fail to pierce through the layer of red mist that trapped Jianqin, but it did not even cause much damage to the mist. Jianqin's eyes suddenly narrowed when he saw this. He lowered his head and glanced at the primordial god silk in his left hand. Determination filled his eyes as he gripped the Ziying sword. His presence skyrocketed as he called out, "Daluo sword!" With that, a golden sword qi rapidly condensed. The sword qi possessed extremely terrifying power. As soon as it condensed, just the terrifying pressure it gave off caused the surrounding space to collapse. Afterward, with a flash of golden light, the sword qi shot out with lightning speed. It moved extremely quickly, as if it had broken through space. It appeared before the red mist in a single instance and viciously collided with it. Boom! The two collided and erupted with a boom. The golden sword qi immediately dispersed, turning into a terrifying force that attempted to rip through the red mist. However, the red mist was unimaginably powerful as well. Although it churned violently after taking on the attack, it showed no signs of shattering. Jianshan's eyes were cold as he stared at the churning red mist. He formed a seal with his hand and used the Daluo sword again. Immediately, a second strand of golden sword chi condensed before his chest, colliding with the red mist with the power of lightning. The two attacks possessed the battle prowess of godhood experts. Finally, a 3-meter-long hole appeared in the red mist after taking on the two attacks from Jianshan's Daluo sword. Jianshan immediately charged out. At the same time, a rumble rang out nearby. The Spirit King broke free from the red mist as well, basically charging out at the same time as Jianshan. You guys were actually able to come out. I've underestimated you guys. But it doesn't matter because the end result will be the same. Food will always be food. The blood-red figure was floating not far away. The demonic red light radiating from his body illuminated the starry sky, turning it blood-red. Essence chi constantly gathered from all directions in the void. He was devouring the essence of this part of the universe. Moreover, the vitality of some of the stars around him was constantly turning into strands of energy and fusing with the blood-red figure. After losing the vitality, the stars withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not the stars themselves that were withering, but all the life on those stars. In the end, those stars gradually turned into a dead gray color. Jianshan and the Spirit King shivered inside when they saw the evil spirit's ability to devour the vitality of planets. At that moment, they both made up their minds to prevent the evil spirit from approaching the Tianyuan continent. Otherwise, not only would the Tianyuan continent become a dead planet, even the world of Forsaken Saints would not be spared. Tai sword technique. Jianshan called out. He fused with his sword as his soul fused with his sword. At that moment, he seemed to have become a supreme sword. He radiated with a surging might, enough to obliterate space and make the stars tremble. He shot toward the evil spirit with a resplendent light that was as bright as the sun. Form breaker. At the same time, the Spirit King's dark sword erupted with extremely dense origin energy. He used a sword technique that specialized in destroying all tangible objects as he charged toward the evil spirit with Jianshan. The evil spirit only raised his hand in a simple manner against their attacks. The moment he raised his hand, it suddenly turned into a huge, blood-red palm. Although it was condensed from mist and should have been illusory, it actually became solid at that moment. It directly slammed toward Jianshan and the Spirit King. Boom! Boom! Jianshan and the Spirit King collided with the blood-red palm, immediately erupting with two heavy booms. Whether it was Jianshan or the Spirit King, they both felt like their attacks had struck an extremely tough boulder. They felt a powerful backlash. Not only did their attacks fail to harm the palm at all, but they even viciously struck the two of them as the palm slammed toward them. The two of them immediately vomited blood as they were blown away in horrible shape. At the same time, a strand of evil energy entered their bodies the moment they came in contact with the blood-red palm, wildly devouring their vital energies. At the same time, a strand of evil energy came in contact with the primordial god silk in Jianshan's left hand. It immediately fused with Jianshan as if it had invaded the primordial god silk. Chapter 16-17. As Jianshan flew back, a series of cracking sounds rang out from various parts of his body. These were the sounds of his bones. With a few crisp sounds, a few of his bones immediately shattered. An evil presence existed within his body, devouring his vital energies and life force, causing Jianshan's presence to rapidly weaken. The evil presence was extremely powerful. Even his 8th-layer chaotic force struggled to stop it. The Spirit King was heavily injured just like Jianshan. He was covered in blood and many of his bones had shattered. His life force and vital energies were constantly being devoured by the evil presence, causing his presence to rapidly weaken as well. Just what level has this evil power reached? It's actually so powerful. How are we supposed to fend it off? The Spirit King was shocked. He could clearly sense the evil spirit's strength through this clash. It was an undefeatable existence. Its strength had completely surpassed deity, or it would have never been able to heavily injure him and Jianchen so easily. Jianchen was also filled with despair. He had never underestimated the evil spirit, but only when he truly clashed with it did he understand just how powerful it was. Even if he condensed his profound sword qi, he probably would not be the opponent of such a terrifying evil spirit. At this moment, a dazzling, golden light appeared before Jianchen's eyes. His eyes immediately narrowed, and he immediately looked at the primordial godsilk in his left hand. Only now did he discover, to his surprise and joy, that the power hidden within the primordial godsilk had begun to awaken. The awakening of the primordial godsilk immediately reignited the flames of hope in Jianchen's heart that had sunk into despair. At the same time, strands of power leaked out from the primordial godsilk, circulating through Jianchen's body. Wherever the power passed by, the evil presence in his body would immediately disperse. The power might not have been particularly powerful, nor was it particularly aggressive, but it just happened to be the bane of the evil presence. This was because the primordial godsilk was born for the calamity of the world. Its mission was to fend off the calamity of the world. As the evil presence dispersed, Jianchen immediately felt his body lighten. His gradually weakened presence gradually strengthened as well. However, the vital energies and vitality that had been sucked away earlier seemed to have vanished, leaving nothing behind. Jianchen felt his body weaken, as if he had run out of energy. I understand now. The primordial godsilk needs to be stimulated by the evil power for the power hidden within to awaken. Jianchen's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the origin energy of a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master to heal before quickly arriving before the Spirit King. He directly pressed the primordial godsilk against the Spirit King, allowing the power to disperse the evil presence within the Spirit King body. What is this treasure? Why does it have such wondrous effects? The Spirit King immediately became surprised when he sensed the evil presence within him vanish. He stared at the glowing primordial godsilk in a daze. This is a saint artifact for fending off the calamity. Whether we can survive this calamity will all depend on it. Shunjian, stay here. I'll use this to fend it off. Jianchen gave a simple explanation before gripping the primordial godsilk tightly with his left hand. He formed a seal with his right hand and used the linear lightning release. He shot toward the evil spirit as a bolt of lightning with unbelievable speed. As it rapidly drew closer to the evil spirit, the golden light from the primordial godsilk became more and more dazzling and resplendent. There were also strands of desolate yellow light mixed within it. It was the Xian Huang Qi that the primordial godsilk had absorbed in the Xian Huang microcosm. What a disgusting presence! I hate this presence. Food, go die. The evil spirit sent out a mental pulse with a sliver of irritation. The presence from the primordial godsilk made it feel uneasy and threatened. It subconsciously wanted to avoid the primordial godsilk. However, the evil spirit was quite intelligent. In its eyes, both Jianchen and the Spirit King were only food. It would never allow itself, an expert, to be scared away by food. Its body immediately disintegrated, turning into a surging sea of blood. It blotted out the sky and formed a huge net that enveloped Jianchen. This time, it directly used all of its power. Not only did it want to devour Jianchen, but it also wanted to devour the primordial godsilk that threatened it. In a single moment, Jianchen entered the world of blood. He held the primordial godsilk as lightning flickered around him. He shot through the world of blood as a bolt of lightning, crossing several 100,000 kilometers in a single instant. He moved with unbelievable speed. Wherever he went, the sea of blood in the surroundings would vanish as if it had evaporated. In the end, a long tunnel was formed behind him. Of course, the disappearance of the sea of blood had nothing to do with his own strength. It was all because of the primordial godsilk. The primordial godsilk had absorbed the sea of blood that had vanished. However, the sea of blood seemed to be endless. Jianshan shot through the sea of blood with lightning-like speed, crossing several 100,000 kilometers in a single instant. Even when he used the linear lightning release and stopped, he still failed to escape from the sea of blood. What is this? It's actually devouring my power. At this moment, the evil spirit's mental pulse rang out in Jianshan's head. Its voice was filled with anger. I am the ruler of devouring. There's nothing in the universe that I can't devour. Everything is my food, yet you dare to devour my power. Let's see just who will devour who in the end, the evil spirit roared. The evil spirit bellowed out. As it bellowed out, the world of blood began to churn. At that moment, the entire sea of blood had turned into a huge whirlpool that rapidly revolved. Jianshan just happened to be in the center of the whirlpool. As soon as the whirlpool formed, Jianshan felt his life force and vitality drain away at an unbelievable rate. In a single instance, he had lost over 1/10 of his life force, vitality. The feeling of weakness became even more intense, and his black hair began to turn gray. Jianshan was shocked. The evil power was devouring him far too quickly. With his current strength, he was unable to resist the devouring power at all. All he could do was await his fate like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He could last under a minute or so at most before he lost all of his life force and died. As if the primordial godsilk had been greatly stimulated, the power within it completely awakened. It shone with dazzling, golden light. The golden light was the bane of the evil spirit. Even though the evil spirit was extremely powerful, it was unable to do anything to the golden light. Jianshan's entire body was enveloped by the golden light as well. As soon as he entered the golden light, he seemed to be in another world, completely isolated from the outside world. The devouring power of the evil spirit could no longer affect him at all. The primordial godsilk that had been woven into the golden armor began to disintegrate on its own. It turned into a long, golden thread that pierced into the depths of the sea of blood. The golden light was dazzling and resplendent. The power that had lain dormant for so many years had completely awakened. The sea of blood immediately began to churn violently. The furious roars of the evil spirit continued to be transmitted through the waves of thought. This hateful presence is actually suppressing me. God damn it, if it weren't for the fact that a bastard wasted so much of my power, this hateful presence wouldn't be able to harm me at all even if it suppresses me, the evil spirit roared. The evil spirit roared angrily. As it roared, the sea of blood began to shrink rapidly. The shrinking did not seem to be under the evil spirit's control. It continued to struggle as it churned. Occasionally, strands of golden light would flash through the sea of blood. Chapter 16:18. The monstrous sea of blood rapidly shrank as it churned violently. During this period, a dazzling golden light flashed from time to time. One could faintly see golden threads drilling in and out of the sea of blood like maggots in tarsal bones. The shrinking of the sea of blood did not seem to be what it wanted, so it struggled violently as it shrank. However, no matter how it struggled or resisted, it was useless in the end. At the same time, the sea of blood stopped absorbing the essence of the universe at that moment. It was as if this ability had been suppressed with the complete awakening of the primordial godsilk's power. In the end, the sea of blood condensed back into the figure that the evil spirit had first appeared before Jianshan and the Spirit King. It was 10 meters tall and completely blood-red. It possessed the characteristics of a human, except its face was blurry and lacked facial features. The primordial godsilk had turned into a long, golden thread around the blood-red figure. It shone with a dazzling light as it bound the blood-red figure like a dumpling. Under the illumination of the primordial godsilk, the blood-red figure immediately began to hiss. The red mist gradually vanished at a visible rate. The power of the primordial god silk was extremely effective against evil spirits. It could be said that the power of the primordial god silk was born to destroy the evil spirit, so with the appearance of the primordial god silk, the evil spirit that was so powerful that even Jianchen and the Spirit King would not be able to defeat it in a single strike was immediately suppressed. Jianchen hovered nearby as a layer of powerful radiant saint force enveloped him. As he healed, he stared at the primordial god silk that bound the evil spirit with hope. He immediately saw the light of victory when he saw how the powerful evil spirit could not even withstand a single strike from the primordial god silk. The Spirit King flew over from afar as well. He also ingested a pill to heal himself. He sternly stared at the golden thread that bound the evil spirit and growled, "I never thought that you would possess such a powerful treasure. Can this treasure destroy it?" This is a saint artifact that specifically counters the crisis of the world. It doesn't matter if it can destroy the evil power or not, it's the only thing we can rely on right now. Jianchen growled. Originally, they had the god-slaying formation, but after witnessing the evil spirit's strength, he understood that unless the formation could erupt with a power that could kill gods, it would be useless. However, making the god-slaying formation erupt with such great power required an extremely high level of strength. Just the several dozen Origin Realm experts from the two worlds were nowhere near enough. The reason why the three supreme treasures of the world of Forsaken Saints were called supreme treasures was because they could be used to deal with Origin Realm experts. Origin Realm experts were the peak of power in the world. Every single one of them was a sovereign, so treasures that could deal with experts like that were worthy of being called supreme treasures. However, using the three supreme treasures against the evil spirit would be like throwing an egg at a rock. At this moment, a frightening power suddenly appeared, causing the outer space to tremble. All the stars in the sky dimmed. The evil spirit began to resist as hard as it could under the primordial god silk. It began to rapidly swell under the restraints of the primordial god silk. In the blink of an eye, it had become a blood-red giant that was several thousand meters tall. As the evil spirit swelled, the primordial god silk became taut as well. It flickered with a bright, golden light. It enveloped the evil spirit like a huge net, firmly trapping it there. As soon as the golden light came in contact with the evil spirit's power, it was like a flame encountering mist. The evil spirit's power actually began to disperse. At the same time, the evil spirit's ability to devour all the life in the outside world completely vanished under the restraints of the primordial god silk. Shunjian, let's use our full strength and attack it together. We need to weaken it so that the primordial god silk doesn't break, Jianchen said sternly. He immediately struck out with the Spirit King, attacking the evil spirit as hard as he could against the primordial god silk. The evil spirit's original body was trapped by the primordial god silk, so it was like a sitting duck right now. It was unable to fight back at all against the full-powered attacks of Jianchen and the Spirit King. Will that splits the heavens, sword shakes, stars shatter. The Spirit King bellowed out. He stabbed the sword in his hand into the evil spirit through a gap in the primordial god silk. With a violent shake of the sword, visible ripples immediately expanded. These ripples contained an extremely terrifying power, enough to destroy stars. As the ripples spread out, the illusory figure of the evil spirit that seemed to be condensed from the blood mist immediately churned. Wherever the ripples passed, the surrounding blood mist would begin to fade. Tai sword technique. At the same time, Jianchen struck out as well. He did not hold back at all, stabbing the evil spirit with his full strength. If the evil spirit were not restrained by the primordial god silk, Jianchen and the Spirit King would not have been able to harm it at all even if they used their full strength. However, now that it was restrained by a power that specialized in restraining it, it was unable to use its strength at all. As a result, it suffered from the attacks from the two of them. However, The actions of the two of them had completely infuriated the evil spirit. Immediately, waves after waves of wild and violent mental fluctuations spread out and swept across the starry sky, stirring up layers of ripples in the starry sky. The evil spirit swelled even more as an even more terrifying power secretly brewed. It planned on snapping the primordial god silk in a single stroke. The primordial god silk shone with dazzling light. It had become taut. Even though it did its best to restrain the evil spirit, it gradually lost the upper hand in the end as the evil spirit's strength rapidly increased. The primordial god silk is still ownerless. Once the power hidden within it completely awakens, you can refine it. That's the best opportunity. Master, hurry up and refine the primordial god silk, and then control its power to fend off the calamity. The calamity this time has been affected by the Yin-Yang Saint Rock. Its strength has exceeded expectations. The sword spirit's voices suddenly rang out in Jianshan's head. Chapter 1619. The primordial god silk came from the primordial god silk when the world faced the threat of a crisis. It used all of its vital energies to spit out the silk to fend off the crisis, so the primordial god silk was a supreme treasure of the world. It was extremely rare and precious. Once the power within it completely awakened, it would not be easy for Jianshan to refine it with his current strength. Under the resistance of the primordial god silk, it would take him a rather long time to refine it. However, the primordial god silk was currently carrying out its mission, using all of its power to fend off the evil spirit. It did not have the power to worry about anything else, so Jianshan's refinement of the primordial god silk became extraordinarily smooth. He progressed extremely quickly as well. A while later, Jianshan completely refined the primordial god silk through the sword spirit. Only now did he understand just how terrifying and vast the power of divinity hidden within the primordial god silk was. It was a vast amount of energy that even shocked him, and it was as deep as the ocean. However, Jianshan could sense that the power did not seem to possess any great offensive power. It was only a natural counter to the evil spirit, and it was exactly because of this that the energy that he found to be extremely gentle was able to cause so much damage to the evil spirit. At the same time, Jianshan could clearly sense that the tremendous power hidden within the primordial god silk was flowing away at an extremely terrifying rate. Clearly, the power within the primordial god silk was being consumed to fend off the powerful evil spirit outside, and it was being consumed at an extremely rapid rate. The primordial god silk can't keep the crisis at bay for too long. I need to destroy the crisis before it runs out of power. Jianshan knew that time was tight. After refining the primordial god silk, he did not remain there for too long. His consciousness immediately returned to his original body. Although the primordial god silk could deal with the crisis of the world, the primordial god silk was not necessarily enough to destroy the crisis. He had learnt from the sword spirits that there had been cases where the crisis of the world had suppressed the primordial god silk. In the end, the primordial god silk was destroyed, and the crisis of the world occurred. Jianshan's consciousness returned to his original body, and he immediately sensed that he had gained a connection with the primordial god silk. At that moment, he felt like the primordial god silk had become a part of him, like his arms and legs, allowing him to command it like an arm. The only flaw was that he had just refined the primordial god silk, so he was still extremely unfamiliar with its usage and control. However, it was also at this moment that an extremely great sense of danger suddenly appeared in Jianshan's heart. This sense of danger was not sensed by Jianshan himself. Instead, it came from the primordial god silk. At that moment, the evil spirit's power had reached its peak. Destructive energy pulsed wildly within its body, condensed from red mist. The power was so great that it made Jianshan's face change drastically. The evil spirit had already prepared its most powerful attack. It wanted to break free from the primordial god silk's suppression in a single stroke. Jianshan naturally understood this as well. He knew that the evil spirit's attack was no small matter from the sense of danger he sensed from the primordial godsilk. Even though the primordial godsilk specialized in suppressing evil spirits, the attack would still severely damage it. Jianchen bellowed out. His soul connected with the primordial godsilk, and he used the power hidden within the primordial godsilk in a rather unfamiliar manner. He pushed the power of the primordial godsilk to its limit. Immediately, the primordial godsilk shone with a dazzling, golden light. It was as resplendent as the sun, illuminating a region of empty space. Under Jianchen's control, the power within the primordial godsilk began to boil. Under the illumination of the golden light, the evil spirit's blood-red figure immediately dispersed at a visible rate. After Jianchen refined the primordial godsilk, it was clearly much more powerful than before. However, Jianchen did not rejoice at all because the sense of danger he sensed from the primordial godsilk had not weakened. Instead, it had become even more powerful. The Spirit King also sensed the destructive storm brewing within the evil spirit. His face changed as well, and without any hesitation, he immediately retreated as quickly as he could, retreating into the distance in a single instant. Boom! Suddenly, a rumble that shook up the entire universe rang out. The destructive energy that the evil spirit had been brewing within exploded loudly, turning into an unimaginably powerful force that wreaked havoc in outer space. It destroyed the entire region of space, reducing it to eternal darkness. At that moment, the evil spirit used a method similar to self-destruction. In order to deal with the primordial godsilk that completely suppressed it, it went as far as to use all of its power to self-destruct and erupt with its greatest power. This was because if it did not do that, it would not have been able to break free from the primordial godsilk's suppression. Not only would the primordial godsilk divide its power, but some of its ability to devour the essence of the universe would be restricted as well. The primordial god silk was like a lone boat in the ocean before this incomparably wild and violent energy. It began to sway as the golden light it emitted flickered. The divinity hidden within it was being exhausted at a shocking rate. Jianchen vomited blood as he was blown away like a cannonball. If it were not for the primordial godsilk that had nullified over 80% of the power, he would have died in the end. He probably would have died long ago from the self-destruction of the evil spirit. However, even though he had only endured 20% of the power, he was still extremely heavily injured. The primordial godsilk's golden light became dimmer and dimmer. It only lasted for a few seconds under the terrifying force of the explosion. In the end, with a gentle sound, the primordial godsilk snapped, and its golden light completely dimmed. In the end, it was drowned out by the violent energy. A huge black hole that was several tens of thousands of kilometers wide had appeared at the center of the explosion. Energy surged in the surroundings, shaking the surroundings. A terrifying suction force came from the black hole, devouring everything in the surroundings. It was also because of the black hole that the terrifying shockwaves from the self-destruction of the evil spirit did not spread far away. They were restricted by the suction force from the black hole. Affected by the suction of the black hole, not only did the nearby asteroids and planets deviate from their trajectories and slowly fly toward the black hole, but even the planet where the Tianyuan continent resided, as well as the two halves of the moon and sun, began to tremble slightly as they slowly moved in the direction of the black hole. The Origin Realm experts gathered in outer space of the Tianyuan continent struck out at the same time. They controlled the god-slaying formation and shot out a resplendent strand of sword chi toward the space in front of them, shattering it. It formed a boundary between the black hole and the planet where the Tianyuan continent resided, blocking the suction from the black hole. Although the black hole was terrifying and could devour planets and all matter, the attack they had used had already touched upon the boundary of godhood. It possessed the power to go against the black hole. Has the crisis of the world been destroyed? Jianchen hovered in the distance as dense radiant saint force enveloped him. He stared ahead with a pale face. He could still sense the primordial god silk weakly. He knew that it had snapped, but what he truly cared about was not the primordial god silk but the crisis of the world. However, the space up ahead had been shattered and there was a huge black hole. Although he could ignore the suction force, he was unable to extend his soul through it. I've finally destroyed it. Without this thing that specifically counters me, how are you supposed to stop me? At this moment, a mental pulse swept through the entire region. Near the huge black hole, a red mist permeated the surroundings. A while later, it condensed back into the evil spirit. Chapter 1620. Jian Chen's heart suddenly sank the moment he sensed the evil spirit's consciousness. His face became extremely ugly. The evil spirit had actually not dispersed after such a terrifying explosion, but now that the primordial god silk had been ripped apart, it was impossible for him and the Spirit King to fend off the evil spirit with its strength without the assistance of the primordial god silk. However, Jianshan's eyes narrowed very soon. He stared at the blood-red figure before the huge black hole. He could clearly sense that the evil spirit had become much weaker after the explosion. Although it still posed a great threat to Jianshan, it was no longer as undefeatable as before. Jianshan actually felt like he could rival the evil spirit right now. Jianshan's eyes immediately lit up. His wounds rapidly healed under the dual effects of Radiant Saint Force and the chaotic body. However, Jianshan did not waste any time on healing. Before he could fully recover, a surging presence radiated from his body. The azulate swords shone brightly as well. Jianshan gripped the Ziying sword tightly with his bloodied hands, as if he had become a huge sword. Dense violet light enveloped him as he turned into a streak of light, stabbing toward the evil spirit before the black hole with an unstoppable force. As he rapidly approached, the suction force from the black hole became stronger and stronger. It devoured stars, light, and all other resources and energy, but it was unable to devour Jianshan, nor was it able to devour the light from the twin swords. With Jianshan's current strength, he could ignore the tremendous suction force from the black hole. Even if he fell into the black hole, he could still break free. Although his cultivation was at reciprocity, his battle prowess had reached godhood, which made him a godlike existence in the lower world. He was powerful enough to make the world tremble, enough to destroy the starry sky. At the same time, the Spirit King also noticed how weak the evil spirit was. Without any hesitation, he charged toward the evil spirit with his Cloudstream sword. From afar, Jianshan and the Spirit King seemed to have turned into two bright meteors. The flickering light from their swords shone brightly as they shot toward the black hole with devastating power. Huge spatial cracks would be left behind wherever they went, forming a dark river. The evil spirit became infuriated when it sensed Jianshan and the Spirit King's approach. It roared out furiously, and the roar turned into a torrential pulse of consciousness that wreaked havoc in space. In its eyes, both Jianshan and the Spirit King were only food. Since they were food, they should be obediently waiting for it to enjoy them slowly. However, not only had the food weakened it to such an extent, it had even resisted it time and time again. This was a deep provocation that it could not accept. The humanoid figure of the evil spirit suddenly dispersed, turning into a dense, red mist. The mist quickly formed a whirlpool, and as the whirlpool spun, the essence of the universe immediately surged toward it. Not only did it absorb the essence of the universe, but it also absorbed the energy in the surroundings. It even began to compete with the black hole. Jianshan and the Spirit King, who were rapidly approaching the two resplendent streaks of light, both felt their life force become unstable. It was as if it wanted to leave their bodies and head toward the whirlpool. Devouring was one of the evil spirit's innate abilities. Without the suppression of the primordial god silk, its ability to devour was revealed once again. However, if it was in its peak condition, the two of them would not have been able to stop it if it wanted to devour the life force of Jianshan and the Spirit King. However, after exploding, it had become much weaker than Jianchen and the Spirit King, even though it had not died. As a result, it was extremely difficult for it to devour the life force of the two of them. In the end, the devouring power was unable to approach the two of them under the full resistance of Jianchen and the Spirit King. God damn it, it's all because of that damned bastard. He's wasted far too much of my power. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I can't even devour 2 weak pieces of food. If I was in my peak condition, the presence that I hate and the power that counters me wouldn't have been able to do anything to me, the evil spirit roared. It radiated with a surging presence of resentment. As soon as it mentioned the bastard it was referring to, it would grit its teeth in resentment. As the evil spirit sent out a thought, a huge, blood-red fist condensed. It hurtled toward Jianchen and the Spirit King with devastating power. The fist was extremely large, enveloping Jianchen and the Spirit King. Linear lightning release. Jianchen bellowed out and used the linear lightning release again. Lightning immediately flickered around him before his speed skyrocketed. He shot toward the blood-red fist as a bolt of lightning. This was the most powerful sword technique Jianchen had grasped right now. However, using it right now was rather risky because the huge black hole was right in front of him. The linear lightning release was just too fast, so it was not something Jianchen could control. If he was careless, he might charge into the black hole. However, he had no other choice. He could already tell that the evil spirit was devouring energy to recover. He needed to block the evil spirit's attack all by himself before getting the Spirit King to heavily injure the evil spirit. Otherwise, once the evil spirit recovered some of its strength, it would be even more difficult to deal with it. He might even lose his chance at survival. Boom! Jianchen violently collided with the blood-red fist. Lightning flickered around him a few times before collapsing. Jianchen vomited blood as he was blown away by the powerful force. His organs were pulverized at that moment, and even most of his bones were broken. He was already heavily injured, so now that he was heavily injured, his wounds became even more severe. The blood-red fist rapidly collapsed as well. Jianchen had blocked the evil spirit's attack at the cost of being heavily injured. With the collapse of the fist, the Spirit King was no longer obstructed. He charged into the whirlpool as a resplendent streak of light. A will that splits the heavens, illusory sword of the fingers of the sword. The Spirit King's voice rang out from the vortex of vengeful spirits. His voice was shrill and seemed to be roaring out furiously. It was filled with madness as well as great pain that anyone could hear from his voice. Chapter 16:21. The vortex immediately collapsed. Under the endless power released by the blurry diagram, most of the red mist directly dispersed, as if it had evaporated into thin air. As a result, the red mist became thinner and thinner. At the same time, its presence rapidly weakened, and in the end, it almost fell below godhood. Even the colossal black hole that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers trembled violently at that moment. Its suction began to weaken, and it seemed to show signs of collapsing. The Spirit King's second move of a will that splits the heavens was extraordinarily powerful. He had dealt the most severe damage to the evil spirit when it was at its weakest. Even the huge black hole seemed to be affected. However, he had not grasped the second move, Astral Finger Illusion. He had forced himself to use it this time, paying a heavy price. Just his soul had burned up by 40%, so the pain he had to endure was unimaginable. At the same time, Jianchen dragged his heavily injured body over aggressively with a layer of dense radiant Saint Force origin energy around him. He was very heavily injured, to the point where no one else at the same level as him would have been able to endure. However, his 8th-layer chaotic body granted him an extremely tenacious life force and a tough body. Even with such heavy injuries, he was still able to continue fighting and use battle prowess at godhood. The evil spirit was extremely weak right now. It struggled to maintain its cultivation at godhood, almost falling below the origin realm. When it saw Jianchen charge over, it immediately turned into a red mist and fled. To no surprise, it was headed for the Tian-Yuan continent. There were many creatures on the Tian-Yuan continent. Just the origin realm experts numbered in the dozens. In the eyes of the evil spirit, they were all delicious food. As long as it devoured them, it would be able to recover some of its energy in the shortest amount of time possible. Jianchen coldly stared at the evil spirit that was flying toward the Tian-Yuan continent. He immediately calmed down when he sensed how weak the evil spirit was. After a moment of hesitation, he did not immediately head to the Tian-Yuan continent to provide assistance. Instead, he used his vague senses to finally find the 2 pieces of primordial god silk. The silk floated near the black hole. Although the power within it had been severely depleted, there was still a sliver of it left, preventing it from being sucked into the black hole. Jianchen only hurried to the Tian-Yuan continent after obtaining the primordial god silk. The experts of the 2 worlds were already waiting sternly in outer space. They had formed 2 lines of defense. The origin realm experts who controlled the god-slaying formation stood at the very front while Shangguan Mu sat in outer space sternly. She placed the zither of the demonic cry across her legs. Behind them was the second line of defense formed by the sainthood experts of the 2 worlds. At this moment, the god-slaying formation lit up and pulsed with powerful energy. The palm-sized formation flew into the air and trapped the evil spirit within it under the control of all the origin realm experts of the 2 worlds. Strands of powerful sword chi condensed within the formation, forming a net that passed through the red mist of the evil spirit. Every single strand of sword chi possessed astonishing power. Although they were slightly weaker than Jianchen and the Spirit King, they had just barely reached the level of godhood. However, the god-slaying formation was still unable to completely trap the weakened evil spirit. The god-slaying formation shook violently. In the end, a boom erupted from the formation space. The formation space collapsed and the light of the god-slaying formation dimmed. It was blown far away by the powerful shockwaves of energy. The evil spirit trapped within turned into a red mist and quickly charged out. However, the red mist seemed to have dimmed even more. Although the god-slaying formation had been destroyed in the blink of an eye, it had weakened the evil spirit further. All the origin realm experts of the 2 worlds who controlled the god-slaying formation suffered a great backlash as well. They all vomited blood. At the same time, the gentle and pleasant sound of a zither suddenly rang out. When the sound reached the ears of the cultivators of the 2 worlds, it was like heavenly music. However, when the gentle sound reached the evil spirit's soul, it exploded violently like thunder, immediately causing the evil spirit's soul to become unsteady. His consciousness actually became rather unstable. Along with the sound of the zither, there were notes visible to the naked eye that turned into ripples formed by sound waves. They were like sharp swords that shot at the evil spirit in the red fog like lightning, causing the red fog to fluctuate a few times. Immediately, some of the red fog began to dissipate under the attack of the sound waves. The red mist was the evil spirit's original body, as well as the source of its power. As the mist dispersed, the evil spirit's presence rapidly weakened as well. However, the evil spirit could only endure it silently at this moment. It endured the drastic decrease in its strength and directly charged toward the Tian-Yuan continent. There were a large number of living beings on the Tian-Yuan continent, so the presence of life was so tremendous that even the evil spirit in its peak condition would be tempted. It would directly rush over from the depths of outer space. Although it was injured and very weak now, it could recover in the shortest amount of time possible as long as it devoured the tremendous presence of life on the Tian-Yuan continent. Its target was the many ordinary people on the Tian-Yuan continent as well as the weaker cultivators. It did not pay any attention to the origin realm experts of the 2 worlds. If it was in its peak condition, it could easily devour the origin realm experts, but now that it was so weak and the Origin Realm experts were gathered together, it would take some time to devour them. However, it did not have enough time to do so with Jianchen chasing after it. As a result, it could only target the weaker people and weaker cultivators. Although the vitality of these people was nowhere close to the vitality of the Origin Realm, it was effortless for it to devour them. It could devour all of their vitality in a single moment to recover. Boom! With a boom, the second line of defense formed by the sainthood experts clashed with the evil spirit, but it shattered in a single moment. The evil spirit's red mist immediately expanded, enveloping over 100 holy emperors nearby and devouring all the life within them. However, when it wanted to devour even more holy emperors, it sensed Jianchen's pursuit from outer space. It could not help but come to a halt. In particular, when it discovered the 2 pieces of primordial godsilk in Jianchen's hand, its heart trembled for some reason. It no longer bothered with devouring the holy emperors around it. It shot toward the Tian Yuan continent as a red mist before condensing into a huge whirlpool. An extremely terrifying suction appeared, absorbing all the essence and life in the surroundings. Immediately, all the vegetation within a radius of several 100,000 kilometers withered. The mountains and rivers became ashen as well, losing all their life force. The life force of all the ordinary people in the area was drained away in a single moment, turning them into dried corpses. Soon after, many cultivators died. First were saints, then great saints, then saint masters, great saint masters, and even earth saint masters. In the blink of an eye, countless people in a radius of several 100,000 kilometers had been reduced to corpses. The Origin Realm experts from the 2 worlds all shot cold gazes in outer space as they pursued the evil spirit with the god-slaying formation in their hands. Countless people died in the world every day, and at the same time, countless babies were born. They did not care about the lives of these people, but their deaths allowed the evil spirit to recover its power, so they needed to stop it. Chapter 1622. The evil spirit's devouring force was extremely powerful. This was one of its innate abilities, allowing it to devour all the energy in the world. Under the terrifying devouring force, countless mountains and rivers lost their life. The entire land darkened, and in just a short moment, a region of several 100,000 kilometers had become deathly silent. There were many kingdoms and cities of various sizes within this region. However, at this moment, the bustling streets of these kingdoms and cities had fallen silent. Countless mercenaries and merchants of various strengths collapsed on the ground at the same time. All of their vitality and vital energies had vanished in a single moment, turning countless people into ice-cold corpses. The deaths of these people were completely silent. These weak people didn't have the slightest ability to resist. In a short moment they turned into corpses. They didn't even have time to react. Their faces still retained the various expressions they had when they were alive. Although Earth Saint Masters could last a little longer, it was still difficult for them to survive under the terrifying suction force. In just a few seconds, all of their life force had been sucked away. The greater the range of the evil spirit's devouring force, the more powerful it would be. Before, it could devour over 100 holy emperor because they were extremely close to it. Now that it had expanded its devouring range to several 100,000 kilometers, its devouring force was obviously much weaker, allowing the Earth Saint Masters to last for a few seconds. As the evil spirit devoured the energy, strands of life immediately gathered from all directions. In the end, they formed a huge vortex completely condensed from life, vital essence, and spirit. They all merged into the evil spirit's body, causing its presence to slowly strengthen. Although the people it devoured were very weak, there were just far too many of them. They numbered in the hundreds of millions, so the exact number was difficult to estimate. Just how terrifying would it be when so much vitality gathered together? If it was given enough time, it would be able to recover around 70 or 80% of its strength, even if it could not return to its peak condition. Use your full strength. You have to stop it. Shangguan Mu'er called out. She was stern as she began to play the zither as hard as she could. With her strength at the peak of mid-reciprocity, she would not be able to achieve much against the evil spirit alone. She could only use her specialties to affect the evil spirit's soul with her music. Only then would she be able to achieve greater result. Soul attacks were extremely mysterious and wondrous, and they were very difficult to block. Whether it was the experts of the Tian Yuan continent or the Saints' world, they were extremely troubled by soul attack. They could only endure them forcefully. There was no other way. The evil spirit was the same. Under the interference of Shangguan Mu'er's zither, the swirl of red mist immediately began to tremble. Although Shangguan Mu'er was unable to harm the evil spirit's consciousness even if she played the zither with her full strength, she managed to slow down the rate at which the evil spirit absorbed life force from the zither. The origin realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent and the Saints' world hurried over as quickly as they could with the Godslayer scroll. However, at this moment, a violet streak of light tore through space, instantly surpassing them and heading straight for the evil spirit. Jianshan had already returned from outer space as quickly as he could. He stared at the evil spirit coldly as the azulate swords hovered above his head. He gripped a broken strand of primordial god silk in one hand as he used all the remaining power within it. Immediately, the primordial god silk began to shine with golden light. However, the golden light was much dimmer than before. Swish! The strand of primordial god silk in Jianshan's left hand shot out with lightning speed. It formed a huge, golden net in the air, trapping the evil spirit within. He used the power of the primordial godsilk to suppress the evil spirit's devouring ability, while the strand of primordial godsilk in Jianshan's right hand turned into a sharp sword, directly stabbing into the red whirlpool. The evil spirit was first enveloped by the primordial godsilk, immediately halting its devouring ability. However, this time, the primordial godsilk was unable to completely suppress the evil spirit's devouring ability. It only slowed down the evil spirit's devouring ability. Afterwards, when the second strand of primordial godsilk stabbed into the evil spirit like a sword, it only caused the vortex to tremble violently a few times before recovering. Jianshan's heart sank when he saw this. Although there was still some power left in the primordial godsilk, it was very clear that it was no longer enough to deal with the evil spirit. Even though the evil spirit had become much weaker, the threat that the primordial godsilk posed to the evil spirit was nowhere near as great as when it was in perfect condition. Kik, I'm not wrong. This thing that is specially used to restrain me has already been damaged. The damage it can do to me is not that great anymore. There is no need for me to be so afraid of it. My food, let's see how long you can struggle. All of you will become my food. The evil spirit sent out a thought wave. Jianshan snorted coldly. Even though the primordial godsilk doesn't pose much of a threat to you, don't forget that you still have me. As long as I'm alive, you can forget about recovering your strength. With that, the twin swords pierced through the evil spirit's body as two streaks of light, weakening the evil spirit's presence. Kik, I am an undying existence. Apart from this thing that is specially used to restrain me, you food can't kill me at all. Even if I constantly weaken, I can still devour the essence of space to recover. My power is endless, while the power of you food is depleted. Once all of your power is depleted, it will be your fate to become my food. The evil spirit laughed aloud before escaping from the net of primordial godsilk as a red mist. It quickly fled into the distance, and as it fled, the essence of the world constantly gathered toward it. Jianshan's face became ugly. After the primordial godsilk was damaged, its power had weakened as well. There was not much left now, so it was unable to trap the evil spirit completely. Once the evil spirit recovered some of its strength, dealing with it would become extremely difficult. You want to recover your strength? Don't even think about it, Jianshan coldly said and immediately pursued it. Since a single piece of primordial godsilk was not enough, he would use 2 pieces together. Under his control, the 2 pieces of primordial godsilk formed a huge net that enveloped the evil spirit. Although the primordial godsilk was unable to trap the evil spirit was unable to dodge the net formed from the primordial godsilk. As a result, it was trapped once more. When the 2 pieces of primordial godsilk were stacked together, their power immediately increased, but it was still unable to trap the evil spirit completely. It could only suppress the evil spirit's ability to devour, but it could only suppress half of it. It was unable to make the evil spirit completely lose its ability to devour. The evil spirit laughed strangely. It did not fight with Jianchen. It turned into a mist and fled again. It was just too weak right now, so it was unable to kill Jianchen if it fought with him. However, if it took on Jianchen's attacks, it would become even weaker. Right now, it only wanted to devour a large number of creatures. As long as it recovered some of its strength, it was confident in killing Jianchen. Chapter 16:23. Jianchen pursued closely. Although the primordial godsilk was no longer enough to trap the evil spirit, the 2 strands of primordial godsilk remained firmly wrapped around the evil spirit under Jianchen's control. The 2 strands moved with the evil spirit. Wherever the evil spirit moved, the 2 strands would follow. They stuck to the evil spirit like maggots, suppressing the evil spirit's ability to devour, preventing it from using its full strength. Jianchen constantly attacked the evil spirit with the azulate swords. The swords shone with dazzling light, piercing through the evil spirit from time to time with devastating might. Each time the swords passed through the evil spirit, it would become much weaker. Food! You bunch of food! You can't kill me! I'm an undying existence. All of your struggles are for nothing. The evil spirit furiously roared out. It did not fight with Jianchen. Instead, it fled as quickly as it could. Its speed suddenly skyrocketed, crossing several thousand kilometers in a flash. It was like teleportation. As the evil spirit fled at full speed, space seemed to fold before it, giving it the ability to teleport. Every time it passed through a folded space, it would cross several thousand kilometers or even several tens of thousands of kilometers. To no surprise, the place it fled towards was where the presence of life was the densest. Food, food. I need to devour a large amount of food. As long as I recover some of my strength, there's no need for me to fear him. I can even devour him, thought the evil spirit. The evil spirit thought. As it fled, it just happened to pass by a city. The city had already reached the 1st grade, with a population of several million. The cultivators who lived there were quite weak, with the strongest only being an Earth Saint Master. The evil spirit's fleeing speed did not stop, only slowing down slightly. When its body that had turned into red mist passed over the city that had a population of several million, a terrifying suction force immediately appeared, enveloping the entire city. In the next moment, several million strands of life aura gathered into a long river that surged into the sky from below. They were all absorbed by the evil spirit. As the city was not large, only several tens of thousands square kilometers in size, the evil spirit's ability to devour was limited. However, due to the shrinking range of the devouring force, it did not weaken at all. Instead, it became slightly stronger. In a single moment, it devoured all the vitality of the several million people in the city, turning the bustling city into a ghost town. The time it took to devour the city was less than a few seconds. The evil spirit did not stop at all, continuing to the next city. After the evil spirit left, another 2 breaths of time passed. A resplendent purple light streaked across the sky like a meteor. It swept past the sky above the city like a bolt of lightning and instantly disappeared at the end of the horizon, directly chasing after the evil spirit. Jianchen's face became terrifyingly sunken within the violet light. The senses of his soul were now powerful enough to envelop the entire planet, so he obviously saw everything that had happened in the city he had passed by earlier. Killing intent surged within him. Several million people had actually lost all their vitality in a single moment, dying. The culprit behind all of this was the fleeing evil spirit. Unfortunately, the evil spirit had made up its mind to flee. It even used its ability to move through space. Space seemed to fold before it, allowing it to move extremely quickly. For a moment, Jianshan was unable to catch up to it. As the pursuit continued, they passed by over a dozen cities very soon. Without any exception, every city they passed by would lead to a devastating disaster. All the people in the city had their vitality devoured by the evil spirit in a single moment. After devouring so much vitality, the evil spirit's strength gradually began to recover. Its presence gradually strengthened as well. Behind them, Jianshan was stern. He growled, "We can't just let the evil power continue to devour. We need to stop it with everything we have. Everyone, disperse in front of the evil power. Once you come across it, use your full strength to keep it busy. As long as you can keep it busy for a while, I'll be able to come to your assistance." Jianshan's voice rang out in the ears of all the sainthood and origin realm experts in the two worlds. Immediately, all of them fell into formation. While the space in front of the evil spirit was still unaffected, they constructed space gates and arrived in the path the evil spirit had to pass through. They formed a huge encirclement in an attempt to keep the evil spirit busy for a while. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. This was because they knew that their strength would decrease if they were scattered like this. Against such a powerful evil spirit, they might not even last for a few seconds before becoming food. However, they had no other choice now. Although a portion of them would be devoured by the evil spirit before Jianshan could arrive, they still had a sliver of hope at keeping the evil spirit busy. If they did not do this, only death would await them once the evil spirit recovered to a certain extent. The evil spirit sensed their actions as well. It did not change its direction and let out a strange laugh. It directly charged towards the group with the fewest people. The weakest among them were sainthood experts, so their vitality was countless times greater than ordinary people's. It could recover some of its strength by devouring them. "Oh no, it's heading in our direction. Everyone, be careful. You have to use your full strength, or we won't be able to last for a few seconds." A holy emperor growled from the group of sainthood experts. Without any hesitation, he immediately unleashed his full strength, pushing the formation to its limits to fend off the evil spirit. Behind this group of people, there were 4 old men with metal swords hovering there. Their expressions were also extremely solemn, and their bodies gave off a surging sword aura. "Sword formation of slaying," one of the old men growled. Before he had even finished speaking, the 4 of them had already formed a sword formation with great familiarity. They radiated with supreme power. The 4 of them were clearly only as strong as holy emperors, but the receival experts felt extremely threatened as soon as they formed the sword formation. "Sword formation of slaying." The 4 old men shouted in unison. Their voices rolled out and reverberated in the surroundings. Immediately, an extremely powerful sword intent expanded. The 4 old men shone with resplendent sword light. The 4 of them merged into one and formed a huge divine sword. It shot towards the red mist formed by the evil spirit with lightning speed. The 4 old men were Ada and his brothers. Although the 4 brothers' sword formation was enough to threaten Origin Realm experts and even kill Receival experts, the evil spirit clearly did not take them seriously. The evil spirit directly threw a punch, and a fist condensed from red mist collided with the 4 brothers with devastating power. Amidst the booming sounds, the fairy-slaying sword formation formed by the 4 brothers collapsed. The 4 brothers all spat out a mouthful of blood as they were sent flying backwards. It was not because the sword formation was not powerful enough, but because the difference in strength between the 4 of them and the evil spirit was just too great. When the evil spirit's fist, which was condensed from thick fog, came into contact with the immortal slaying sword chi, a small part of the fist actually crumbled. What kind of power is this? It's clearly so weak, but it's actually able to threaten me slightly. The evil spirit cried out in surprise. It could sense that the sword chi was extraordinary, but it did not think too much about it. It immediately turned into a red mist that enveloped the four brothers and the sainthood experts who tried to stop it. It began to devour their vitality as quickly as possible. Chapter 16:24. Wrinkles rapidly appeared on the faces of the four brothers at that moment. Although they originally possessed the appearance of old men, they had white hair and ruddy complexions before. They seemed to be in their 60s or 70s, but their skin was as white as a child's. However, as their life force was rapidly devoured, the four of them began to age as well. Even their silver-white hair had become gray. As their life force and vital energies flowed away, they became even thinner. 4 swords as one. The four brothers called out together. Their presences suddenly changed as well. Powerful sword chi erupted from their bodies as the 4 metal swords in their hands shone with a deep, white light. As the light flickered, the 4 swords seemed to have fused together, erupting with supreme sword chi that completely exceeded their own strength to resist the terrifying devouring power. As the 4 brothers resisted with their full strength, the rate at which their life force flowed away immediately slowed down drastically. The sword formation the 4 of them cast together was far more powerful than the formation created by several dozen holy emperors. Nearby, there was another group of sainthood experts that had also been enveloped by the red mist. Although there were several hundred of them, most of them were saint rulers and holy emperors. The holy emperors did not possess a high level of cultivation, so even though they had cast down a formation together, they still struggled to endure the terrifying devouring power of the evil spirit. In just a few seconds, all the saint rulers in the group had died. Even more than half of the weaker holy emperors had their life force and vital energies sucked away. The few remaining holy emperors all reached the end of their lives. They all became extremely old as their presences rapidly weakened. On the other hand, after the evil spirit absorbed the life force, its strength slowly recovered. This caused its aura to continue to strengthen. High up in the sky, the space violently shook as a terrifying pressure crushed down. The 2 Origin Realm experts charged down with the God-slaying formation under their control. The God-slaying formation shone with a hazy light, directly enveloping the evil spirit below. At the same time, Shangguan Mu sat in the air as she played her zither. She used her music to disturb the evil spirit. She was stern and focused. As her slender fingers gently plucked the strings, the music directly entered the evil spirit's soul with unstoppable might. The space behind her distorted violently as 36 spatial ripples appeared. Each ripple was 10,000 kilometers long. Traversing the entire world, a total of 36 spatial ripples seemed to form a zither of the demonic cry that was completely constructed from the void. However, only 12 of the 36 strings were vibrating. A powerful sword chi expanded from outer space. The Spirit King hurried toward the Tian Yuan continent with a pale face. Although he had paid an extremely heavy price to forcefully use the second move of a will that splits the heavens, causing him to be extremely weak, the presence he gave off was still earth-shaking. It possessed the power to destroy the world. Behind the evil spirit, a violet streak of light shot through the air at an unbelievable speed. It charged toward the evil spirit with surging killing intent. However, Jianchen was just too far away from the evil spirit, so even if Jianchen hurried over as quickly as he could, he would still need a few seconds to arrive. However, a few seconds was enough for experts at their level to do many things. The evil spirit knew that once Jianchen and the Spirit King caught up to it, they would still be unable to kill it, but all the energy it had absorbed as it fled would be for naught. It immediately stopped hesitating and began to devour as quickly as it could. In just half a second, all the sainthood experts had died aside from the four brothers. Even the Holy Emperor's energy had been devoured. The four brothers used the sword formation to hold on, but they clearly could not last much longer. The evil spirit was just too powerful. Even with the extraordinary sword formation, they were unable to defy the heavens with their Holy Emperor's strength at the 9th heavenly layer. They had already reached the end of their rope. The four brothers had wanted to charge out of the red mist, but the mist was condensed from the evil spirit's body. Being enveloped by the mist was no different from entering the evil spirit's body. When Jianchen used the linear lightning release in the past, he was unable to charge out even with the speed of the linear lightning release, let alone the four brothers. As a result, the four brothers could only passively resist the red mist. They were unable to escape at all. The god-slaying formation rapidly fell from above the evil spirit's head, but due to the distance between them, it still needed a few seconds before it could reach the evil spirit. The evil spirit looked at the four brothers and laughed strangely. It said, "The four of you may be very weak, but my instincts tell me that you're very different from other food. It seems like devouring the four of you will benefit me tremendously. Hee, those two food that can threaten me will still need some time to hurry over and save the four of you. This amount of time is enough for me to devour the four of you. I'm looking forward to seeing just what benefits I'll get from devouring you." The evil spirit's voice was filled with intense desire. Without any hesitation, it began to devour the four brothers with all its might. It could ignore the god-slaying formation, but it needed to pay attention to Jianchen and the Spirit King. As a result, it needed to devour the four brothers before Jianchen and the Spirit King arrived. The evil spirits began to target the four brothers with their full strength. Even though the four of them formed a powerful sword formation to block, they were unable to last for long. In just a few seconds, 99% of their vitality and vital energies had been drained away. Their flames of life dimmed, as if they could be extinguished at any moment. Their sword formation collapsed by itself as well. Jianchen and the Spirit King are about to arrive. We can die without any regrets now that we've been able to keep you busy for so long. The four brothers smiled. They did not fear death. Instead, they faced it calmly. Behind them, Jianchen's eyes suddenly narrowed as he hurried over. He suddenly stared at his right arm. When he had taken over the Anata Tower, he had received assistance from the 4 strands of sword chi on the top floor. It was exactly because of the 4 strands of sword chi that he had been able to kill the spirit of the Anata Tower and enter the 9th floor, where he obtained the treasures. After using the 4 strands of sword chi several times, their power had not completely dissipated. However, they could only be used against receival experts. To Jianchen, the 4 strands of sword chi that remained in his arm were no longer of any use. After all, with his current strength, any casual strike could reach the level of reciprocity. If he used his full strength, his battle prowess would reach godhood. The 4 strands of sword chi could not compare to him, so he did not pay much attention to them. However, at this moment, Jianchen clearly sensed that the 4 strands of sword chi in his arm had suddenly begun to tremble. It was as if the 4 strands of sword chi possessed a mind of their own, awakening from their slumber. Without giving Jianchen any time to think, the 4 strands of sword chi all appeared from Jianchen's arm. They turned into white streaks of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jianchen was immediately surprised by this. This was because he had failed to sense where the 4 strands of sword chi had gone with his current strength. It was as if they had vanished into thin air, leaving no traces behind. A ball of white light suddenly appeared before the 4 brothers trapped in the red mist. The 4 strands of sword chi that had vanished earlier had silently entered the mist, appearing before the 4 brothers' foreheads as if they had teleported. Afterward, they turned into 4 streaks of light and shot into the foreheads of the 4 brothers without any hesitation. The flames of life that were about to be extinguished all came to a halt when the 4 strands of sword chi entered their foreheads. Not only did they slow down, but they even began to rapidly expand at an extremely terrifying rate. Their presences suddenly skyrocketed at that moment, reaching their peak condition in just a short moment. However, this did not stop. Their presences continued to skyrocket, far surpassing their peak condition. They had surpassed the level of the Holy Emperor and reached the origin realm. The four brothers opened their eyes again. There was no weakness in their eyes at all. Instead, they were brimming with vigor, as sharp as swords. The four brothers had broken through the ninth heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor in a single moment with the fusion of the four strands of sword chi. They had officially reached the origin realm, becoming origin realm sovereigns. How is this possible? How is this possible? You're about to be devoured by me. You're about to run out of life, so how have you become so much more powerful? The evil spirit's shocked mental pulses echoed through the red mist. He was just too surprised that the four brothers had actually reached the origin realm under such circumstances. Even if you all have become stronger, so what? I can still devour you all. This time, even if my vitality is greatly damaged, I will still devour you all. My intuition is definitely not wrong. As long as I devour you all, I will be able to obtain enormous benefits, said the evil spirit, revealing a sense of determination. The four brothers looked at each other and saw a smear of shock in each other's eyes. This was because several extremely unfamiliar sword techniques had appeared in their heads at this moment. Every single one of them possessed unfathomable power and was extremely powerful. Moreover, they were very compatible with the cultivation method they practiced. Chapter 1625. Sword of Mortality. Suddenly, a sea bellowed out. As he formed a sword seal with his hands, the metal sword in his hand levitated into the air and erupted with powerful sword chi. Immediately, the metal sword shone with blinding light, as if it had become a scorching sun. The metal sword that was only a meter long also expanded at that moment, becoming over 10 meters long. It seemed like a divine sword that stabbed into the ground. Sword of Reincarnation. At this moment, a san also bellowed out like a sea. As he formed a sword seal with his hands, the metal sword in his hand shone brightly as well. It shone with extremely powerful sword chi, and the metal sword instantly grew to over 10 meters long. Sword of Slaying. Immediately afterwards, a air did the same as a sea and a san. The 4-foot-long metal swords in their hands all changed as they used their sword technique. The 3 10-meter-long metal swords shone with a dazzling light like the sun. They were incomparably resplendent as they interweaved in a triangular formation. It was as if they were calling out to each other from afar, causing their power to faintly fuse into one. A air, a san, and a sea were also enveloped by an extremely powerful sword chi, causing their figures to become blurry. However, it was possible to vaguely make out a blurry strand of sword chi that flickered from time to time within their bodies. It possessed a profound presence. The 3 strands of sword chi seemed to possess similar presences, but upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to distinguish the 3 strands of sword chi. They all had their own forms and were subtly different. Every single strand of sword chi possessed an extremely profound presence. However, the presence was extremely weak and indistinct, so it was extremely difficult for others to sense it. I can't actually devour your life force anymore. Impossible, impossible. You're just food as weak as ants, so how can I not devour you? The evil spirit cried out in shock. At that moment, it discovered in shock that it was unable to devour the life force of a air, a san, and a sea under the 3 strands of sword chi even when it used its full strength. At the same time, it sensed a threat from the 3 of them. The threat was nowhere near as great as the one from Jianchen and the Spirit King, but for some reason, it made it shiver in fear. It had to be mentioned that it had never felt this way even when it faced the primordial Godsilk. My instincts are becoming stronger and stronger. As long as I devour you, I'll receive great benefits. Opportunity and danger exist together. Who cares? I'm undying anyway. Even if I have to pay a great price, I'll devour you. However, the evil spirit completely ignored the threat it sensed from air, a san and a san. It made up its mind to devour the four of them regardless of the price it had to pay. The evil spirit's red mist immediately began to revolve rapidly, forming a huge whirlpool that enveloped the four of them. Immediately, an even more powerful suction appeared. At the same time, the red mist transformed into four huge claws that reached toward the four of them in an attempt to destroy the protective light around the three of them. Sword of Vanquishing. When the sharp claws formed by Hongwu reached over, Ada let out a final roar. He flew above the heads of the other three and stood in the middle of them. He raised his right hand above his head and pointed his sword at the sky, forming a sword formation. Immediately, a air, a san, and a sea's powers all gathered toward Ada. At that moment, the four of them entered an extremely special state. Not only had their powers completely fused together, but even their vital energies and the tremendous vitality they had gained from breaking through to the origin realm had all fused together as well, allowing them to become even more powerful. Initial fusion of the four swords reopened the world. The four of them called out together as they swung their metal swords at the same time. The moment the four swords slashed down, the world seemed to have come to a standstill. Time seemed to have stopped flowing. In the entire world, only the four swords continued to slash forward with an unstoppable momentum, becoming the only thing in the world. As the four swords slashed down, even the laws of the world were pushed back. It was as if the four swords had the mysterious power to slash apart the laws of the world at this moment. This was not because the four swords were powerful or shocking. After all, the four of them had only just broken through to receival. With their strength at early receival, it was impossible for them to reach a heaven-defying level even if they fused their powers together. The reason why their attacks were so powerful was because of the presence of ways within the four sword. As the four swords swung down, the expressions of Jianshan, the Spirit King, and even the several dozen origin realm experts in the sky changed slightly. This was because they could clearly sense that the world seemed to have changed slightly. However, what shocked them even more was that they could clearly sense that the time in the world seemed to have come to a standstill. Even though it was only for a single moment, it was enough to shock all of them. In particular, Jianshan and the Spirit King, the two sovereigns who had reached godhood, felt their hearts churn. Disbelief filled their faces. Just like how the higher one stood, the further one could see. The two of them understood extremely well just how heaven-defying it was to affect the time in the world. It was impossible to do unless one was extremely powerful. Even with their current strength, it was impossible for them to cause the time in the world to come to a standstill for a single moment. This was because they had not frozen space. Freezing space would cause everything to come to a standstill. On the surface, it seemed like time had come to a standstill, but it was not truly a standstill. It was just an illusion. In reality, if they were to seal up an entire region and cause everything to come to a standstill, time would still silently flow and the laws of the world would still silently circulate. However, in that moment, time had truly come to a standstill. Even though it was only for a very short moment, they could clearly sense it. This is the presence of the Nirvana sword formation. Impossible, this is impossible. How can the four of them use such a high-level sword formation? And with their strength, it's impossible for them to use it even if they do. Not only did they succeed in one try, but they did it so quickly as well. Ziying and Qing Suo both cried out from within the twin swords. In the Supreme Divine Hall of Mercenary City, the white-robed Kea lay in a crystal coffin quietly with her eyes closed. Suddenly, her eyelashes trembled gently as if she was trying her best to open her eyes, but she was unable to do so no matter what. In the end, she fell silent once again. A fist-sized beast lay beside the crystal coffin. It was the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast. It had always stood guard before the crystal coffin in the past few years, never taking a single step away from it. Even when a great battle occurred outside, it did not take part. At this moment, the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast's eyes suddenly snapped open. They flickered with an intelligent light, indicating that it possessed very high intelligence. It stared at the outside as it became stern. There was also a sliver of fear and dread. As a divine beast, its instincts were extremely sharp. It felt a sliver of dread from the bottom of its heart when an ability that could affect the time of an entire world erupted outside. The elven godtree suddenly began to gently sway in the forbidden grounds of the elves on the wasteland continent. A faint, green light permeated the surroundings, filled with a tremendous presence of life. The slumbering soul of the greatest divine king of the god clan, Aladona, was suddenly roused at that moment. Who is affecting the time of the entire world? Aladona's voice was also filled with shock. The senses of her soul rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire world in a single instance. She understood everything. An evil spirit. I never thought that an evil spirit would be born in this world. Who are those four people? They're actually able to use such a heaven-defying ability as receival experts? This is unbelievable. Although they can affect the time of an entire world through powerful abilities, the more powerful the ability, the greater the requirement on the user's strength. Chapter 1626. Adriana murmured softly. She became very interested in Ada and the other three. But I might be wrong as well. The four of them might not be the reincarnations of some supreme expert from the saints' world like I thought them to be. The reason why they can use such heaven-defying abilities might be because they have something else to rely on, Jianchen sighed. Aladona's interest in the four of them immediately plummeted when she thought of that. I never thought that this human kid called Jianchen would grow so quickly. His current strength is probably equivalent to early deity. I can sense that his comprehension of laws is quite impressive. In the saints' world, countless people of the origin realm are stuck at the peak of reciprocity, unable to reach godhood because of their inability to comprehend laws. Even with the entire saints' world in perspective, anyone who can comprehend laws before reaching peak reciprocity is a prodigy. But basically all prodigies of large clans and sects who can reach Jianchen's level of comprehension of laws before reaching peak reciprocity are prodigies of large clans and sections. Once someone like that becomes a divine king, they'll definitely become a divine king if nothing goes wrong. If Jianchen doesn't die, his future is limitless. Aladona sighed in amazement inside. She had an extremely high opinion of Jianchen. There's another person who's extraordinary as well. He's no weaker than Jianchen, except he seems to have the bloodline of the Spirit Sages. The Spirit Sages are a large clan in the saints' world, but now, Aladona sighed gently. It's said that evil spirits are extremely difficult to destroy. They're basically indestructible existences. It's said that countless years ago, an evil spirit reached an extremely heaven-defying level where several Grand Primes were unable to deal with it even when they worked together. In the end, they alarmed the Anata Grand Prime. Although the evil spirit was nowhere near the Anata Grand Prime's opponent, the Anata Grand Prime still expended a tremendous amount of effort to destroy the evil spirit. I wonder if they can destroy the evil spirit that has appeared in this world right now. It's a pity that even though I'm the greatest divine king of the God Clan, I'm unable to help them in my current state. Fortunately, Shui Yunlan has already left, and the seal on the spatial tunnel to the Saints' world has been removed. Although I'm still unable to pass through the spatial tunnel to the Saints' world unscathed with my current strength, if they can't stop the evil spirit, I'll leave with the war god even if I have to suffer heavy injuries. Aladona remained rooted in the forbidden grounds of the elves. Although she did not take part in the battle, she paid close attention to everything that happened on the battlefield. When the senses of Aladona's soul swept over the Tian Yuan continent, Jianchen and the Spirit King seemed to sense it at the same time. Jianchen was not surprised. He already knew about the existence of Aladona, the greatest divine king of the God Clan. However, the Spirit King was surprised. He stared in the direction of the elves on the wasteland continent in interest as undisguised shock filled his face. He knew very well just how powerful the consciousness that had just swept over him was. It was just a consciousness, but it made him feel like he was facing the heavens and earth. In front of this consciousness, he was like a weak ant. Jianchen, I believe you've sensed it as well. Who is it? I never thought that such a terrifying expert would be hidden in this world, the Spirit King asked Jianchen secretly. He was extremely stern. It's a divine king from the saints' world. However, she was heavily injured in the past and still hasn't recovered. Don't worry about her. She won't interfere with the matters of this world. At the same time, she probably doesn't even have the strength to interfere with the problems we're facing right now because she's already lost her body. All that's left is her soul and the divine tree of life condensed from tremendous vitality, Jianchen replied. A divine king. The Spirit King's face changed slightly. He immediately felt his mouth dry up. The divine king was an existence who had reached the very apex of godhood. Although the Spirit King possessed the battle prowess of an early deity, his original cultivation was still at reciprocity. The Divine King was just too far away from him. I never thought that your world would actually have a Divine King hidden in it. This is unbelievable, the Spirit King sighed in amazement. Hearing that, Jianchen smiled mysteriously. We originally had 2 Divine Kings here. The other Divine King is even more powerful. The Divine King whose soul you've sensed was injured by the other Divine King. It's a pity that the other Divine King has already left this world and has gone to the Saints' world. The Spirit King sucked in a deep breath. Jianchen's news was just too shocking to him. It was no different from a bomb exploding in his heart, causing it to churn. Whether it was the Spirit King or Jianchen, the Divine King was an unreachable existence. They were so powerful that they could not be defeated. Even if only one of them was left with a soul, it would be enough to shock everyone, let alone the fact that there was a second Divine King. Moreover, the second Divine King was even more powerful, which deeply shocked the Spirit King. Who are you? What kind of power is this? It's actually so terrifying? A slightly frightened mental pulse reverberated in the surroundings, reaching everyone's ears. At the same time, it interrupted Jianchen and the Spirit King's thoughts. The presence of the evil spirit that had turned into a huge whirlpool rapidly declined. Very soon, it fell to mid-reciprocity, early reciprocity, and then all the way down to reciprocity. However, the evil spirit did not stop there. After falling to reciprocity, its strength continued to decline irreversibly. It reached late returnance, mid-returnance, and finally stabilized at early returnance. Although the 4 of them were only at early receival, the sword formation they cast together was just too powerful. It directly reduced the evil spirit's strength from late reciprocity to early returnance. The evil spirit was originally extremely powerful. Even when Jianchen and the Spirit King worked together, they were not its opponent. However, the evil spirit's strength was nowhere near as great as before due to the continuous injuries it had suffered throughout the battle. This was because the red mist was its original form. Every bit of the mist dispersed would weaken it. The 4 of them had dispersed most of the mist with their attacks, which was why its strength had plummeted so drastically. The 4 of them all became extremely pale after casting the powerful sword formation. They were haggard and seemed extremely weak. Clearly, they had paid a price to cast the sword formation. Chapter 16:27. This was because as its strength declined, it would struggle to move faster than Jianchen and the Spirit King even if it used its ability to fold space to flee. The distance it could travel was directly related to its strength. Jianchen, it's up to you now, Ada said to Jianchen through a communication technique. His voice was extremely weak. He was powerless to continue fighting. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. He shot through the air as a blur, arriving before the evil spirit with lightning speed. He directly stabbed at the red mist. Only resplendent, white sword chi flickered with the strike. The sword chi was completely concealed, not leaking out at all to avoid damaging the Tian Yuan continent from the shockwave. The azure and violet light had completely vanished as well. Jian Chun could sense that Adriana's soul had always been observing the surroundings. In order to prevent the identity of the twin swords from being exposed, the unique light of the twin swords was completely concealed as well. Not a single strand of light leaked out. Although he knew that not every divine king knew the identity of the twin swords, he still needed to be cautious. The Ziying sword stabbed into the red mist with powerful sword chi, immediately causing the mist to churn violently. Jianchun's strike was not his full strength, but it had barely reached the level of godhood. Wherever the sword passed, the red mist in the surroundings would disperse, and the evil spirit's strength would decline once again, falling from early returnants to receival. When the evil spirit's strength was close to Jianchun's or even greater than Jianchun's, Jianchun's attacks would not be able to inflict any heavy injuries on it. With its strength, it would be able to endure them easily. However, as the evil spirit's strength rapidly declined, it gradually found it more and more difficult to endure Jianchun's attacks. Basically, every time Jianchun struck out, he would heavily injure the evil spirit, causing its strength to rapidly decline. At the same time, the god-slaying formation finally arrived. It rapidly descended from the sky and enveloped the evil spirit, heavily injuring it with god-slaying sword chi. The Spirit King returned from outer space as well. He and Jianchun each took up a different area and began to deal with the evil spirits with their full strength. However, the two of them were just too powerful right now. They could attack without any fear in outer space, but on the Tian Yuan continent, they had to be careful every time they attacked in order to avoid causing great damage to the continent. They kept all of their energy contained. They did not dare to leak even a single strand of their energy. Under the encirclement, the evil spirit was unable to devour the four of them at all. At the same time, its strength weakened time and time again under the encirclement. In the end, it actually fell out of the origin realm and stood at sainthood. Jian Chun charged into the red mist as well and saved the four people trapped inside, saving them from danger. "You food can't kill me. I'm undying. No one can kill me," the evil spirit roared. The evil spirit roared out wildly. After falling below Saint, it no longer had any hope of escaping. However, it was filled with resentment. If it were not for the fact that it wanted to devour the four of them in a hurry to obtain great benefits, it would not have ended up like this. Not only did it fail to devour them in a crucial moment, but the four of them even managed to break through. "Remove the god-slaying formation. Let me and the Spirit King deal with it," Jianchun said sternly. The evil spirit was equivalent to a saint emperor now, so there was no need for the god-slaying formation anymore. If the formation continued to exist, it would even cause him and the Spirit King to feel rather restricted. Without any hesitation, the Origin Realm experts of the two worlds immediately removed the god-slaying formation. As soon as the formation vanished, Jianchun immediately controlled the primordial god silkworm to trap the evil spirit, preventing it from escaping. The red mist of the evil spirit constantly darted around within the primordial god silkworm in an attempt to escape. However, it no longer possessed the ability to break free from the primordial god silkworm. Under the full-powered attacks of Jianchun and the Spirit King, its strength plummeted again very quickly, falling to the mortal realm. The red mist vanished as well, revealing the evil spirit's core. It was a ball of red liquid the size of a fist. It was as demonic as blood and emitted an extremely cold and evil aura. This was the source of the evil spirit. Only by destroying this source would the evil spirit be truly destroyed. Jianchun directly swung his sword at the core of the evil spirit through a gap in the primordial god silkworm. The sword passed through the core. Not only did it fail to cut the core in half, but it did not weaken the core at all either. It was as if the attack had failed to harm the core at all. Jianshan's eyes narrowed when he saw this. The Spirit King's face changed slightly as well. He also swung his sword, but the result was the same as Jianshan's. The Cloudstream sword passed through the core and failed to harm the evil spirit's core. You can't kill me. I am an undying existence. A thought rippled out from the origin source, along with the evil spirit's arrogant laughter. There was some mockery mixed in as well, as if it was mocking the experts who were only food in its eyes for overestimating their strength. Jianshan's face sank. With a cold snort, he used martial soul force with his soul at reciprocity. Immediately, a unique power completely formed from the power of the soul appeared. The power was shapeless and did not harm the body. It targeted the soul, and under Jianshan's control, it shot toward the evil spirit as a sharp sword. Although Jianshan had yet to comprehend a method to push the power of martial soul force to its limits, his soul had reached reciprocity after all. As a result, a unique pressure immediately permeated the surroundings when he used martial soul force. The expressions of the Origin Realm experts of the two worlds all changed when they faced the pressure. At that moment, they discovered in shock that their souls had been suppressed by the invisible pressure. Even though the pressure did not target them, basically all the receival experts among them could clearly sense the deep fear from their souls. It was as if the pressure was directed at them, their souls would immediately suffer unprecedented damage or even disperse slightly. The pressure threatened all the receival experts present. Only the returnance experts were able to maintain their composure. Of course, if the pressure was targeted at them, they would feel the same as the receival experts. Martial soul force was an extremely powerful power, so powerful that it was enough to strike fear into the hearts of many people in the Saints' world. This was because once martial soul force was used, it could basically kill experts of the same level instantly. Even experts more powerful than them would be heavily injured by martial soul force. However, Jianshan had yet to grasp the method to use martial soul force, so he was unable to push it to its limits. As a result, martial soul force could only threaten people weaker than him with the strength of his soul at reciprocity. Chapter 16:28. Although the evil spirit had its own consciousness, it was not a normal creature after all. It was an extremely special existence where the laws of the world could not do anything to it. Destroying it was impossible with normal method. The weakened evil spirit had completely lost its ability to escape. It was firmly trapped by the primordial god silk. Afterwards, Jianshan and the Spirit King tried many other methods to destroy the evil spirit, but the evil spirit's core seemed to be as it said. It was an undying existence. No matter what attacks Jianshan and the Spirit King used, they could only disperse the evil spirit's energy. They were unable to harm its core. Master, it said that only the primordial god silk can nullify the crisis of the world. If you want to destroy it, you'll need the primordial god silk's power. At this moment, the sword spirit's voices rang out in Jianshan's head. Jianshan immediately felt bitter. He had considered using the primordial god silk to destroy the evil spirit long ago, but now that the primordial god silk had been split into two, the power within it had basically been depleted. The remaining bit of power was only enough to trap the evil spirit. It was nowhere near enough to destroy it. He had also tried channeling his chaotic force into the primordial god silk, but the effects were not satisfactory. Even if he channeled all his chaotic force into the primordial god silk, it was nowhere near enough to destroy the evil spirit. According to his estimates, even if the Spirit King, all the Origin Realm experts of the two worlds, and all the sainthood experts worked together, they would not be able to destroy the evil spirit. The power of divinity was an extremely special type of energy. It was of a very high grade. Saint force and origin energy seemed far too weak before it, so the amount required to convert it into divinity was obviously extremely terrifying. Is it really impossible to kill the evil spirit? Jianshan murmured. His heart was very heavy. The Spirit King's face was sunken as well. He stared fixedly at the origin of the evil spirit trapped by the primordial god silk. He also discovered that they were unable to do anything to the evil spirit. Since I can't destroy it, it looks like I can only suppress this evil spirit forever. I'll find a way to destroy it once I become stronger in the future. I'll seal it in the Anata Tower with the primordial god silk, so it should be safe. Jianchen thought. Right now, the greatest divine king of the god clan, Aladona, was paying attention. He really did not want to expose the Anata Tower at a time like this. After all, the Anata Tower was what had made the Anata Grand Prime famous. Its power was unquestionable. Even though it was damaged, he believed that there would be countless experts in the Saints' world who would be willing to risk their lives for the Anata Tower, regardless of the cost. Once Aladona leaked the fact that he possessed the Anata Tower in the Saints' world, he would never be able to find peace again. However, the remaining power of the primordial god silk was diminishing right now. It could only trap the evil spirit for a shorter and shorter period of time. He needed to suppress the evil spirit before the primordial god silk ran out of power. Jianchen had no confidence in using the methods of the Tian Yuan continent and the Saints' world. He could only think of two places to suppress the evil spirit. One was the Supreme Divine Hall of Mercenary City, while the other was the Anata Tower. Although the Supreme Divine Hall of Mercenary City was in perfect condition, it was nowhere near as good as the damaged Anata Tower in terms of quality. Jianchen was not too confident about using the Supreme Divine Hall as a place to suppress the evil spirit. He was afraid that even the Supreme Divine Hall would not be able to trap the evil spirit, so the most suitable method was the Anata Tower. After making up his mind, Jianchen no longer cared about whether the Anata Tower would be exposed or not. He directly took out the Anata Tower in an attempt to suppress the evil spirit within. The Anata Tower was a foot tall in Jianchen's hand. Even though it had shrunk in size, the strands of sharp sword qi that covered it remained. Every single strand of sword qi shone brightly, radiating with shocking sword intent. However, there were 4 strands of sword qi at the very top of the Anata Tower that were dim. They seemed rather unique, compared to the dazzling sword qi below. The moment the Anata Tower appeared, the 4 brothers who were supported by the Holy Emperor seemed to sense something. They all looked at the Anata Tower in Jianchen's hand, and their dull eyes immediately lit up. Without any exception, all 4 of them stared at the dim sword slashes at the very top of the Anata Tower. Their eyes were all in a daze. A mysterious force seemed to draw them in from there. At the same time, the 4 of them found it to be extremely familiar, yet also unfamiliar. The damaged door to the first floor of the Anata Tower had already been opened. A powerful suction enveloped the evil spirit, pulling away from its core and drawing it towards the Anata Tower. The evil spirit's core trembled violently as it did its best to resist the suction. It had an extremely ill omen. It could not be sucked into the Anata Tower. Although the Anata Tower was damaged, it still felt terrified when it faced it. However, it was just far too weak right now. It was unable to resist Jianchen's Anata Tower at all. Under the restraints of the primordial god silk, its core approached the Anata Tower bit by bit. My food, you've forced me to do this. Come out, my second power. Make the food tremble. Tremble. The evil spirit roared out anxiously. It was filled with determination. With its voice, an extremely huge spatial crack suddenly appeared in outer space. Inside the crack was a blood-red world that shone with a demonic red light. There was also a cold, extremely evil presence that came from the same source as the evil spirit. Jianchen and the Spirit King's faces changed drastically when they saw this. Disbelief filled their eyes. With their eyesight, they could obviously tell that all the energy hidden in the spatial crack was the evil spirit's energy, and the energy was so powerful that it was comparable to the evil spirit's peak condition. This is impossible. Jianchen and the Spirit King became rather pale. All the Origin Realm experts and Sainthood experts of the two worlds were filled with despair as well. At its peak condition, the evil spirit was so powerful that it was undefeatable. If it were not for the fact that it had destroyed the primordial Godsilk by blowing itself up and causing its strength to plummet, it would have been impossible for Jianchen and the Spirit King to suppress the evil spirit. Just when they were about to suppress the evil spirit and achieve victory, they never thought that the evil spirit would still be hiding such a powerful force. Despair filled both Jianchen and the Spirit King's hearts. Once the evil spirit regained its peak condition, they would not be able to contend against it anymore. After all, the primordial Godsilk had basically been crippled, and the Spirit King had paid a heavy price to use the second move of a will that splits the heavens. He was unable to unleash his peak condition. We can't let this energy descend. A sliver of determination and madness appeared in Jianchen's eyes. He frantically powered the Anata Tower without any regard for the consequences. He wanted to suck the evil spirit into the tower. However, ever since the spatial crack had appeared, the evil spirit seemed to have become connected with the tremendous energy inside. Jianchen was unable to suck the evil spirit into the Anata Tower, no matter what he did. It was as if he was not only absorbing the evil spirit's core energy, but also the tremendous, evil energy within the spatial crack. It was not that the Anata Tower was not powerful enough, but that he was not powerful enough. After all, the energy within the spatial crack was far greater than Jianchen's strength. I've absorbed the energy from the two rocks, but I'm still unable to fuse them completely. At the same time, I'm unable to control two such great powers at the same time with the strength of my consciousness. Chapter 1629. Whether it was the people from the world of Forsaken Saints or the Tian Yuan continent, whether they were Sainthood experts or Origin Realm experts, all became rather pale with the evil spirit's words. There were even many people who became filled with despair. Even Jianchen and the Spirit King became extremely stern. Their sunken eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and a sliver of despair. They had never thought that they would only be able to destroy half of the evil spirit's power after expending so much effort and paying such a great price. It actually had the other half, which it could not control right now. It had split off a portion of its power and hid it in a miniature world with a sliver of its soul. It was equivalent to a clone. However, the second portion of power was as powerful as the evil spirit's peak condition. Once the evil spirit fused with the second portion of power, it would return to its peak condition. Even if Jianchen and the Spirit King worked together, they would not be able to defeat the evil spirit in such a state. Not to mention, the primordial Godsilk, that specialized in suppressing evil spirits, had basically lost its effects now. The primordial Godsilk no longer posed any threat to the evil spirit as its power flowed away. Could it be that all of us are going to die under the great calamity of this world? Jianchen was filled with sorrow. His and the Spirit King's strength in this world had completely exceeded the limits of the lower world. They possessed the battle prowess of godhood. Logically speaking, it should have been extremely easy for them to fend off the crisis of the world with their strength and the primordial Godsilk. However, the crisis this time had become unprecedentedly powerful due to the existence of the Yinyang Saint Rock. It had surpassed all the previous crises that had appeared in the lower world in countless years, which was why they were helpless against the crisis of the world. It still hasn't recovered its strength. We can't let it fuse with the other energy, or we'll have no hope at all. We have to stop it from fusing with the other energy no matter the cost, the Spirit King growled. Stop it? Jianchen murmured. He looked at the huge crack in outer space and became extremely stern. Originally, he wanted to suck the evil spirit's core into the Anata Tower to suppress it, but ever since the evil spirit's second portion of power had appeared in outer space, the evil spirit had established a wondrous connection with it. As a result, he was unable to suck the evil spirit into the Anata Tower. We can't stop it anymore. The only thing we can do now is destroy the core of the crisis of the world before the two of them fuse, Jianchen said sternly. Destroy it? But we've done everything we can, and we can't even harm its core, let alone destroy it. The Spirit King was stern. Once the evil spirit fused with the second portion of power, it would not just be the Tian Yuan continent that would be destroyed. Even the world of forsaken saints would not be spared. There's one last method. Even though it's still unable to destroy the core of the crisis of the world, we've already run out of options. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, we have to try the last method, even if it'll heavily injure its core because we have no other choice now, Jianchen said sternly. Under the Spirit King's doubtful gaze, Jianchen controlled the primordial god silk with his mind. The primordial god silk that had trapped the core of the evil spirit suddenly elongated at that moment before shooting off into the distance with unbelievable speed. It vanished into the horizon in a single instant. As it extended, the golden thread seemed to become the trunk of a tree. It constantly sprouted, and in just a few seconds, it seemed to have become an extremely huge net, enveloping the entire Tian Yuan continent. However, it did not stop there. After enveloping the entire continent, it continued to spread toward the sea realm, the beast god continent, and the wasteland continent. In the end, even the continents of the three races were enveloped by the net. At that very moment, if one were to look at the planet from outer space, they would discover that the entire planet was covered by a layer of golden net. The net had practically filled every corner of the planet. It was completely airtight, especially in some of the more populated cities. The golden threads that formed the huge net even ran through every street and alley. However, after the primordial god silk had enveloped the entire world, the limited amount of power within it had completely vanished. It had been completely depleted, leaving nothing behind. The core of the evil spirit began to tremble at that moment. Now that the primordial god silk had been completely depleted, it posed no threat to the evil spirit at all. At this moment, determination filled Jianchen's eyes. He tightly grabbed a golden thread in front of him with his right hand, and the chaotic force within him began to surge. He poured it into the primordial god silk, without holding back at all, where it was converted into power. Everyone, pour all your origin energy and saint force into the golden thread. This is the last thing we can do. Even if we can't destroy the crisis of the world, we have to heavily injure it. Even if we can't avoid death today, we have to make the crisis suffer before we die. Jianchen's voice boomed through the surroundings. Not only did it reverberate through the sky above the Tian Yuan continent, but even the distant beast god continent, the continent of the 100 races, and the sea realm clearly echoed through the entire world. Many Earth Saint Masters and Heaven Saint Masters on the Tian Yuan continent raised their heads and gazed in the direction of the voice. They became extremely stern. A few of them who possessed some background already knew a few secrets. When they saw the golden thread that had basically enveloped the entire world, they realized that the situation on the front lines had probably reached an extremely terrible state. It was so terrible that they had to borrow the power of people who had not reached sainthood yet. At this moment, many people slowly grabbed the golden thread with heavy hearts. Without any hesitation, they poured all of their saint force into the golden thread without holding back at all. Of course, there were a few Heaven Saint Masters and Earth Saint Masters who had no idea what was going on. However, the booming voice seemed to possess an unquestionable will. They could not help but feel the urge to disobey when they heard the voice. They could not help but grab the golden thread and contribute all of their strength. Chapter 1630. Among them, there were a few people with strong willpower who were not affected by Jianchen's voice. There were also some people who stared blankly at the golden strands that had suddenly appeared in front of them, not knowing what to do. But soon after, a gentle sound of a zither rang out, and these people who had yet to make a move immediately became dazed. They then mechanically grabbed onto the golden strands with their hands and poured in their saint force without holding back. Not only did this happen across the Tian-Yuan continent, but even the cultivators on the Wasteland continent, Beast God continent, Sea Realm, and many other islands contributed their own power. They channeled all of their power into the primordial God Silk, which was then rapidly converted into divine energy. In outer space, the large crack in space continued to expand. The evil power hidden within it turned into a blood cloud and slowly left the large crack. It slowly moved towards the evil spirit's source. At this rate, the evil spirit's source would probably merge with its second source of power in a few breaths' time. Fortunately, this second power was only controlled by a portion of the evil spirit's soul. This portion of the evil spirit's soul was still unable to use such a large amount of power to fight. Thus, this second power could only unleash its full power after fusing with the evil spirit's core. On the battlefield, all the sainthood experts and even the origin realm experts rapidly paled. They had already channeled their saint force and origin energy into the primordial God Silk as quickly as possible, so they became weaker and weaker as a large amount of energy was drained away. With the support of such a tremendous amount of energy, the primordial God Silk actually began to glow again. At the same time, as more and more saint force and origin energy were converted into divine force, the primordial God Silk shone with more and more resplendent light. It became more and more dazzling until it turned into a scorching sun that illuminated the entire world. No, no, why has this god-damned power appeared again? I hate this power, I hate this presence. My second power, hurry up and descend so that we can fuse together. The evil spirit's panicked and urgent voice rang out from the core. Although it was an undying existence in its core state, it was also in its weakest state. It could ignore everything Jianchen and the others could do, but it could not ignore the power of the primordial God Silk. The power just happened to be able to harm its core that was known to be undying. The evil spirit's core trembled violently. It was finally heavily injured from the power of the primordial God Silk. It began to disperse at a visible rate. However, the rate at which it was dispersing was rather insignificant compared to its tremendous core. It would probably take half a month to completely destroy its core. However, the evil spirit's second power had already descended from outer space. It enveloped the Tian-Yuan continent as a huge, blood-red cloud, dyeing the sky red. The entire world seemed to have been dyed red. At this rate, the second power would fuse with the evil spirit in just a few seconds. Jianchen, the Spirit King, and all the Origin Realm experts and Sainthood experts raised their heads at that moment. They stared at the huge, blood-red cloud that was rapidly descending from outer space. All of their eyes were filled with reluctance, and most of them were filled with despair. All of them knew that once the evil spirit fused with the second power, they would no longer be able to turn the situation around. Jianchen smiled miserably. He had never thought that his life would end under the calamity of the world. He was filled with reluctance as well. The receival protectors from the world of Forsaken Saints had also thought about escaping to the Saints' world, but opening the tunnel to the Saints' world was not something that could be completed in a short amount of time. The evil spirit would never let them leave. Fairy Haoyue had already stood up in the bright moon divine hall. Her eyes shone brightly as she sternly communicated with Jianchen. Jianchen, give up on this world. I'll burn my soul to open the gateway to the Saints' world. You can leave with your loved ones. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Fairy Haoyue was already prepared to leave by herself at any time. However, she would need to use a secret technique to do so. The price was so great that she was unwilling to accept it so easily. At the same time, she would have to bear the risk of her soul being destroyed. After all, she no longer possessed the strength she had when she was at her peak. She was only a weak soul. If she could convince Jianchen, the price she had to pay would be much lower, even if she had to burn her soul to open the tunnel so that Jianchen could leave with the bright moon divine hall. If Jianchen remains stubborn, I'll leave by myself even if I have to bear the great risk of my soul being destroyed, fairy Haoyue thought. The Tian Yuan continent revered me as the sovereign of the humans. I, Jianshan, bear such a great reputation, so how can I abandon them and leave by myself? Moreover, I'm not someone who's afraid of death, Jianshan firmly declined. At the same time, a blurry figure appeared at the top of the elven god tree. She was the greatest divine king of the god clan, Aladona. There's no hope for this world anymore. Looks like I can only abandon my clansmen here and leave with the war god, Aladona murmured to herself. High in the sky, the strands of blood rapidly pressed down, radiating with an extremely tremendous pressure that permeated the surroundings. All the Origin Realm experts and Sainthood experts clenched the primordial god silk tightly. Many of them were filled with great reluctance to accept this. At this moment, a saint ruler from the world of Forsaken Saint's hand had been cut by the primordial god silk because he had used too much strength. Blood immediately flowed out, staining the primordial god silk. It was silently absorbed by the primordial god silk. The moment the blood was absorbed, the primordial god silk in the saint ruler's hand began to shine with a golden light that was even more dazzling than the other parts of the silk. However, it was not very obvious, so it was difficult to tell with the naked eye. However, Jianshan had already refined the primordial god silk and established a connection with it long ago. Any changes to the primordial god silk were unable to escape his senses. Jianshan was stunned and immediately looked at the saint ruler. His eyes immediately lit up when he saw the saint ruler's cut hand. Blood can actually strengthen the primordial god silk? No, I've clearly tried it before. Even my chaotic blood can't make the primordial god silk change like this, Jianshan thought. He was rather confused, but he immediately ordered, "Quick, everyone cut your hand and drip your blood onto the primordial god silk." Immediately, quite a few people obeyed Jianshan's orders and cut their hands, allowing their blood to stain the primordial god silk. A portion of their blood was unable to fuse with the primordial god silk at all, but the primordial god silk absorbed the blood of others. The primordial god silk immediately began to shine brightly after absorbing the blood. It shone with an even brighter golden light, allowing people to tell with a single glance that it was much more powerful than before. The damage it dealt to the evil spirit's core had increased as well. It's the world of Forsaken Saints. The blood of cultivators from the world of Forsaken Saints actually has such a wondrous effect on the primordial god silk. Not only can the primordial god silk absorb their blood, but their blood is like a great tonic to the primordial god silk as well. The blood of the people of our world is useless to the primordial god silk. Jianshan immediately became overjoyed with this discovery. He could not help but cry out. The bloodlines of the people from the world of Forsaken Saints are extraordinary, the sword spirits murmured. The Spirit King's eyes narrowed, and he immediately called out, "Quick, all Forsaken Saints, immediately release your blood so that the primordial god silk can absorb it. This might be our only hope of fending off the crisis." With that, the Spirit King cut his hand first and allowed his blood to fuse with the primordial god silk. The other people from the world of Forsaken Saints did not hesitate at all. They all cut their hands with their final hopes and offered up their blood. Sure enough, all the blood from the Forsaken Saints was absorbed by the primordial god silk. Immediately, the primordial god silk shone brightly as the power within rapidly recovered. The strengthening of the primordial god silk caused the evil spirit to shriek out miserably. Its core rapidly dispersed. Clearly, it had suffered great damage. Jianshan raised his head to look at the sky. The blood-red cloud had already loomed over his head. In just a few seconds, it would fuse with the evil spirit's core. During that time, even if the primordial god silk became even more powerful, it would not be able to destroy the evil spirit's core. Chapter 1631. At this moment, a green light shot over from the distance at an unbelievable speed. An illusory ancient tree appeared in the blink of an eye. A surging aura of life permeated the air, blocking the blood cloud from below. When the blood cloud collided with the illusory ancient tree, The speed of the blood cloud's descent came to an abrupt halt. I've sacrificed 30% of my vitality to stop the evil spirit's power and buy some time for you. However, in my current condition, the remaining 30% of my vitality is nowhere close to what it was when I was at my peak condition, so I can't last for much longer. You only have a day at most. If you can't destroy the evil spirit's core in a day, I can only leave with the war god. Aladona's voice rang out in Jianchen and the Spirit King's ears. The Origin Realm experts of the two worlds only saw the illusionary tree hover in the air, stopping the evil spirit's power. They did not receive Aladona's message. Jianchen was immediately overjoyed when he heard that. Aladona's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He originally believed that Aladona would not be able to interfere with this matter, as she was only a soul. After all, no matter how powerful she had been when she was alive, she would be extremely weak with just a soul. Moreover, Aladona was the divine king of a higher world. She was supreme and viewed everyone as ant. Why would such a supreme existence care about the weaker creatures of the Tian Yuan continent? He had seen this from Protector Shui. Protector Shui had destroyed an entire era back then. However, he had never thought that Aladona would not leave with Tai Ta, even though she clearly had the ability to do so. Instead, she sacrificed 30% of her vitality to buy them a day of time. Jianchen was rather surprised by the fact that a mighty divine king would be willing to pay such a price to help a group of creatures that were as weak as ants in her eyes. However, no matter what, Aladona's actions were a great kindness to the 4 races of the Tian Yuan continent and countless people in the world of Forsaken Saints. A gleam of light flashed through the Spirit King's eyes when he heard the message. He deeply glanced in the direction of the elves on the wasteland continent before looking at the illusory tree that had stopped the evil spirit's power from descending. The light in his eyes flickered a few times before he forced his blood into the primordial god silk as hard as he could. At the same time, he circulated his cultivation method, rapidly replenishing his blood even as it was drained away. What is this? It can actually resist such a tremendous and terrifying power like the great tribulation of heaven and earth? All the Origin Realm experts of the two worlds raised their heads and stared at the single, resplendent pillar of light in the sky. Their faces were filled with shock. They were not the only ones. All the sainthood experts in the two worlds raised their heads to look at the sky. Countless gazes gathered on the illusionary tree that stood between the heavens and the earth at the same time. Shock and excitement filled their faces. That seems to be the elven god tree of the elves. Impossible. That tree is extraordinary and shone brilliantly in ancient times, but it's only at the level of the Holy Emperor. How can it stop such a terrifying, evil power? The Origin Realm experts on the side of the Tian Yuan continent recognized the origins of the tree. Disbelief filled their faces. That's the elven god tree. Since when did the elven god tree become so powerful? It can actually stop such a terrifying, evil power. Probably even Sovereign Jianchen and the Spirit King of the world of Forsaken Saints can't do something like that. On the wasteland continent, the sainthood experts of the 100 races all stared at the divine tree in the sky in surprise. All of them were in disbelief, and many of them even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They wondered if they were seeing things. The elven god tree had existed for a very long time. It was no stranger to the 100 races, but since when had it become so powerful? In particular, the unimaginably dense and terrifying life force that blossomed at this moment shocked all of them. This was because the life force was just too great, so great that it exceeded the scope of many of their understanding. It could even faintly stand up to the terrifying evil force. Quick, make time. We only have a day. If we can't destroy the origin energy of the crisis of the world in a day, we'll all die, the Spirit King growled. The Spirit King growled. It was all up to the world of Forsaken Saints to destroy the evil spirits because of their special bloodline. Only the blood of the forsaken saints would be beneficial to the primordial god silk. At this moment, none of the cultivators from the world of forsaken saints who had come to the Tian Yuan continent remained uninvolved. All the sainthood experts, protectors, elders, and even the Spirit King offered their blood to the primordial god silk. As for the cultivators of the four races on the Tian Yuan continent, they had nothing to do with it because they were unable to help now that the situation had developed to such a state. The primordial god silk shone with more and more dazzling light. In the end, it turned into a golden sun, illuminating the entire world. It blotted out the blood-red sky and dyed the entire world golden. The evil spirit source that was trapped inside could no longer maintain its calm. It crazily charged left and right, letting out waves of miserable shrieks that were filled with pain. Its source that was known as undying and indestructible was currently shrinking bit by bit. Once its source completely disappeared, it would no longer be able to maintain its composure. Once it was completely gone, it would cease to exist. This lasted for half a day. After half a day, the evil spirit's core had shrunk by a third. All the forsaken saints from the world of forsaken saints had become pale and haggard. There were even many saint rulers and saint kings who were on the verge of collapsing. They had all become extremely weak from the tremendous loss of blood. Although they constantly produced new blood, the regeneration rate was nowhere near as fast as the loss of blood. At the same time, the endless regeneration of blood placed a very heavy burden on their bodies. It severely depleted their vital energies. People from the world of forsaken saints constantly poured out of the tunnel that connected the Tian Yuan continent and the world of forsaken saints. They had all hurried over under the Spirit King's orders so that they could contribute to avert the crisis of the world. Chapter 1632. Jianchen was not the only one who had noticed this. All the Origin Realm experts and sainthood experts present could tell the same. They were unable to destroy the evil spirit's core in a single day. The world of forsaken saints continued to provide blood, but everyone no longer felt as excited and hopeful as they had half a day ago. They had returned to a gloomy and oppressive mood, as if they were facing the end of the world. The atmosphere became extremely heavy. I'm not alone in the world of forsaken saints. I have tens of thousands of clansmen behind me. As the Patriarch, if I can't even protect my own clansmen, how can I live up to my status as the Patriarch? If my clansmen and I cannot avoid death, then I have to die on the front lines as the Patriarch. I have to use my life to protect my clansmen. Suddenly, a holy emperor from the world of forsaken saints laughed aloud. With that, white flames suddenly appeared on his body. His body rapidly melted within the flames, allowing an even more powerful bloodline power to enter the primordial god silk. Mandoff! Someone cried out in grief. Mandoff was burning his vital energies and body to destroy the evil spirit's core. At that moment, everyone's gazes gathered on Mandoff. Whether it was the cultivators from the four races or the world of forsaken saints, their gazes toward Mandoff were filled with admiration and respect. Even if I die, I want to die before my clansmen. My clansmen, I won't be able to protect you in the future. I'll be taking my leave first, Mandoff smiled. His body had been reduced to ashes by the white flames. Mandoff, you've done well. We have no other choice. If we don't destroy this damn thing here, all the hundreds of billions of people from our world will be doomed once it recovers. Since we're going to die either way, we might as well die with some value, said Mandoff. Another holy emperor from the world of forsaken saints stepped forward and spoke boldly. Just like Mandoff, he burned his vital energies until he died. In the end, even his body was reduced to ashes. Their vital energies had already been severely depleted to the point where it was difficult for them to regenerate blood. Now that they were burning their vital energies together with their bodies, it was equivalent to activating the last bit of their bloodline power. Even their lives had become a part of their bloodline power. At this moment, a holy emperor from the world of forsaken saints looked at Jianchen and clasped his hands. Sovereign Jianchen, may I ask if burning their vital energies will be helpful in destroying this damn thing? Jianchen looked at the holy emperor who had just spoken. From the holy emperor's eyes, he could see magnanimity, bravery, and determination. Jianchen nodded with a heavy heart. He already knew what the holy emperor was thinking. If that's the case, I don't have to worry, said the holy emperor. With that, a similar white flame appeared on his body. In the end, the holy emperor was reduced to ashes. Ha ha ha, it's already too late. Don't be afraid of death. Don't be afraid of death. Ha ha, it's already like this. Don't be afraid of death. We've chosen to die. This is a courageous way to die. If our sacrifice can save the lives of the people of the world of forsaken saints, the people of the world of forsaken saints will be grateful to us for generations to come. However, if we continue to be afraid of death, we'll only be able to live for a few more hours. What's the point of that? An old man called out sternly. He was also a saint emperor. Afterwards, the old man also burned his vital energies. He was reduced to ashes along with his body. Perhaps because they had been influenced by them, more and more people from the world of forsaken saints began to speak boldly. They all offered up their lives. Not only were there holy emperors, but there were also holy emperors, saint rulers, and so on. Their sacrifice allowed the primordial god silk to become even more powerful. It shone with a dazzling light. Jianchen, the environment of our world of forsaken saints is horrible. It's not suitable for people below sainthood to live. Many children and weak forsaken saints basically die to the horrible environment every day. We've come to your world to travel to the saints' world, as well as to find a better place for our clansmen to live. Although we've invaded your world in the past and caused you heavy losses, we will use this opportunity to make up for those losses. I, Gong Shiming, am willing to sacrifice my life to stop the crisis. I only hope that once the crisis of the world is averted, you can give our weak clansmen a place to live. I will be eternally grateful even in the underworld. Gong Shiming bowed deeply to Jianchen before a layer of white flames appeared on him. He began to burn his vital energies. Gong Shiming. Qing Jingyun stared at Gong Shiming with mixed feelings. Her heart was filled with an indescribable bitterness as she watched her old friend, whom she had known for over 10,000 years, gradually approach death. Xiongzhong and the other elders from the world of forsaken saints, as well as all the Origin Realm experts from the Tianyuan continent, stared at Gong Shiming as well. Their gazes underwent a drastic change, becoming filled with respect and admiration. A deathly silence descended. Everyone was stern as they stared at Gong Shiming. Their hearts were in turmoil. Gong Shiming was an elder of the Returnance realm. His status was incomparable to the Holy Emperor, yet he had actually chosen this path of no return. His courage and boldness had deeply shaken everyone present. Jianchen was filled with joy. He bowed deeply to Gong Shiming and said with a heavy voice, I promise you that if we successfully survive this crisis, I, Jianchen, will definitely fulfill your final wish. Gong Shiming seemed to have been relieved of a great burden. He smiled faintly as his body turned to dust. The sacrifice of a Returnance expert immediately made the primordial god silk shine even more dazzlingly. Vaguely, it seemed like a layer of golden flames was blazing and pulsing. Afterward, the people from the world of forsaken saints burned their vital essences one after another. After Gong Shiming, another elder from Ouyang Yangwen's side chose to sacrifice himself. 7 other Receival Realm experts from the world of forsaken saints also sacrificed their precious lives, turning them into the power of the primordial godsilk to deal with the evil spirit's origin energy. Aside from the 9 Origin Realm experts, there were also many Saint Realm experts. There were countless other sainthood experts from the world of forsaken saints who were also burning their vital energies. They were surrounded by a layer of white flames as they shone with the most resplendent light. under the gazes of all the experts and Origin Realm experts, they completed the final journey of their life. This scene was both heroic and pessimistic. Countless people were affected by it. All the sainthood experts and even the Origin Realm experts on the Tian Yuan continent were deeply shaken. Many of them even began to tear up. Jianshan hovered in the air as he stared at the cultivators from the world of forsaken saints who had basically sacrificed their lives. He bowed deeply at them all. He was so shaken that he was speechless. Chapter 1633. Whether it was the humans, the sea race, the magical beasts, or the 100 races, all the cultivators from the Tian Yuan continent felt their hearts tremble. They stared at the people from the world of forsaken saints, who were willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of averting the crisis of the world with mixed feelings. Many people showed admiration in their eyes. They had been enemies with the world of forsaken saints before and had fought several times, resulting in heavy casualties. The Tian Yuan continent had even been split into 4 continents as a result, resulting in unimaginable losses. Many people on the Tian Yuan continent felt deep hatred for the foreign cultivators because the world of forsaken saints was the invader. If they had not invaded the world, all these losses could have been avoided. However, at that moment, the cultivators from the world of forsaken saints had actually offered up their lives in order to stop the crisis of the world. They had burned away all their vital energies and bodies, using their deaths to force out the last sliver of their bloodline power. Their actions deeply touched the hearts of all the cultivators present. It also caused the hatred the experts from the 4 races from the Tian Yuan continent felt towards the world of forsaken saints decrease by quite a bit. Unfortunately, only the power of the bloodline of the forsaken saints from the world of forsaken saints was effective against the primordial godsilk. Otherwise, it would not be just the cultivators from the world of forsaken saints who were willing to sacrifice themselves. The primordial godsilk shone with an unprecedented golden light after absorbing the power of the bloodlines of the cultivators and the elders who had reached the Origin Realm. In the end, the golden light directly turned into a roaring golden flame. It spat out tongues of flame as it incinerated the evil spirit's core. The evil spirit's core, which was known to be indestructible, dissipated at an exponential rate under the burning of the golden flames. In the end, the evil spirit's core became smaller and smaller, weaker and weaker. The painful cries of the evil spirit rang out from the core. Its second power had been blocked by Aladona's 30% life force, preventing it from fusing with the evil spirit and allowing it to recover to its peak strength. Its core was trapped by the primordial godsilk, so it was unable to break free. The evil spirit seemed to know that it would not be able to escape today, and it roared furiously and unwillingly. However, its voice grew smaller and smaller as it was burned by the golden flames formed from the primordial godsilk, and it grew weaker and weaker. In the end, it vanished. Its core that was known to be indestructible, something that even Jianshan and the Spirit King could do nothing about, finally dispersed under the golden flames of the primordial godsilk. Jianshan, the Spirit King, and the Origin Realm experts in the surroundings all let out a sigh of relief when they sensed the evil presence vanish. Many of them smiled from having survived a disaster, and over 80% of the cultivators on the Tian Yuan continents bowed deeply in the direction of the world of forsaken saints. They did not bow to the living cultivators from the world of forsaken saints. Instead, they bowed to the people who had sacrificed their lives to stop the crisis of the world. The crisis of the world hasn't been completely destroyed. There's still a sliver of its soul left, Jianshan said in a deep voice. He looked at the sky. The blood-red cloud that had basically filled the entire sky still existed. It shone with a demonic red light as it resisted the tree of life condensed from 30% of Aladona's life force. However, the resistance had been greatly weakened by the disappearance of the evil spirit's core. After all, there was only a sliver of the evil spirit's soul in the blood-red cloud. It was just far too weak, so it was unable to use the tremendous energy. As a result, the sliver of soul was unable to unleash any of its power, even though it was powerful enough to overturn the universe. With a thought from Jianchen, the two pieces of the primordial god silk shone with dazzling light. Under a layer of golden flames, they soared into the sky like two huge dragons. They directly entered the blood-red cloud with an unstoppable force. They planned on wiping out the evil spirit's soul hidden in the cloud. Jianchen stood below and slowly closed his eyes. The senses of his soul seemed to have fused with the primordial god silk. He controlled the primordial god silk to move through the blood-red cloud. Wherever the primordial god silk passed by, the clouds in the surroundings would begin to disperse. Every single cloud there was an evil energy that belonged to the evil spirit. It was extremely powerful, enough to pose a fatal threat to Jianchen and the Spirit King. However, the primordial god silk just happened to counter the energy. Coupled with the fact that the evil spirit's soul could not control the energy, the primordial god silk was unstoppable in the blood-red cloud. Although the sliver of the evil spirit's soul had carefully hidden itself in the blood-red cloud, Jianchen still found it very soon. He immediately controlled the two strands of primordial god silk to surround it, forming a huge net that enveloped the region. It trapped the sliver of the evil spirit's soul in the blood-red cloud. Afterwards, the golden net rapidly shrank, forcing the sliver of the evil spirit's soul to be unable to escape. Under the attacks of the primordial god silk, it could only produce a chilling cry before dispersing. However, Jianchen did not let his guard down. He continued to control the primordial god silk to move through the blood-red cloud. He carefully sensed for any remaining fragments of the evil spirit's soul fragment. This was because he could not guarantee that the fragment he had just destroyed was all that the evil spirit had left behind. If a fragment of its soul remained, it would cause endless trouble once it matured. The golden flames on the primordial god silk had already vanished, and its golden light became dimmer and dimmer. As it purified the blood-red cloud, the power within it rapidly dispersed as well. Jianchen controlled the primordial god silk to search through the blood-red cloud several times. Only when the primordial god silk had dimmed and the power within it had been depleted did he stop searching. He believed that it was impossible for the evil spirit's soul fragment to remain after searching so carefully. After all, a third of the blood-red cloud had already been purified by the primordial god silk. With how weak the fragment was, it was impossible for it to hide from his careful search. Below, all the cultivators from the two worlds raised their heads and stared at the blood-red cloud in the sky. Some of them would look at Jianchen from time to time. Their gazes were filled with admiration and fear, as well as some anticipation. They all knew that there was still a fragment of the evil spirit's soul hidden in the blood-red cloud. Whether they could destroy the fragment or not all depended on Jianchen. If the soul fragment could not be destroyed, although they could temporarily avoid the calamity of this world, when the soul fragment grew up again in the future, the calamity of the world would occur again. At that time, no one knew if they would have enough power to resist the second calamity of the world. The Spirit King sternly stared at the blood-red cloud in the sky as well. He knew that they had not completely won the battle even though they had destroyed the evil spirit's core. At this moment, two strands of primordial god silk flickered with a dim golden light as they appeared from the blood-red cloud. They wrapped around Jianchen's wrist as two golden threads. At the same time, Jianchen slowly opened his eyes. Some exhaustion appeared on his face. "Did you destroy the remaining fragment of the soul from the crisis of the world?" The Spirit King arrived before Jianchen and asked eagerly. Jianchen exhaled deeply. He smiled victoriously and said, "Fortunately, I did not fail. I've destroyed the last fragment of the soul from the crisis of the world." "That's good, that's good. The sacrifices of so many people from our world of forsaken saints have not been in vain, including a few Origin Realm elders and protectors." The Spirit King smiled happily as well. Jianchen did not speak loudly, but he did not try to hide it. Even the weakest person present was a saint ruler, so they could clearly hear what Jianchen had said even from some distance away. Immediately, cheers rang out. Many people were excited, while a small number of people began to sob. Their faces were filled with sorrow. Although they had persevered until the end and survived, many of their loved ones had died in this battle. One could very well imagine the pain in their hearts.